While Europe celebrates the excitement of winter sport, there's another game being played on the other side of the planet, where we're in the middle of an Australian summer celebrating 25 years of hits on the Gold Coast at the Royal Pines Resort. The big sensation from Queensland was the disqualification of Australia's Queen of Golf, forced to abdicate when she signed an incorrect scorecard on Friday. The tournament continued without its reigning monarch, but the quality of golf on the Gold Coast has been nothing short of extraordinary, and it couldn't be any tighter at the top leading into the final day. Holding the torch for Australia and battling for shot of the day yesterday were Victorian Alison Whittaker and Western Australian Minjee Lee, who both took ownership of the Royal Pines course. The girl from the West won that battle.
Oh, that's the way to do it.
Emerging from the shadow of her famous uncle, Cheyenne Woods is enjoying her time in Australia. Despite a shaky start yesterday, she couldn't be better placed at the top of the leaderboard.
I finished strong, so I'm going to carry it into tomorrow.
From the other side of the Atlantic, Swede Camilla Lennarth rates her putting as a weakness in her game. No trouble with the putter for Camilla this weekend.
Oh, and it worked. Superb.
Charlie Hull, the dynamic youngster from England, is making the veterans take note. 2013 Rookie of the Year, the 17-year-old has the maturity of players twice her age. But it's Trish Johnson leading the Brits into day 4. 9 under the card, the lady from the River Avon in the UK has set the bar high on the Gold Coast. And the bar doesn't get much higher than with South African international Stacey Lee Bregman. She's never won an LET event, but she's giving it her best shot this weekend. Bregman enters the final day's play just 1 stroke off the pace.
Oh, that's a super reference. She finishes in style, Stacey Lee Bregman.
The script's been written for an enthralling finish. It's Championship Day in Queensland at the 2014 Volvik RACV Ladies Masters. Hello, I'm Stephanie Brands. With me, former England international Kate Burton. And Kate, heading into this final day of play here at the 2014 Australian Ladies Masters. Wow, lots of congestion there at the top of this field.
There certainly is, Steph, and it's going to be a really intriguing battle, as we are going to have a new champion at the Ladies Masters.
Which is very exciting. And, well, Woods is not a name we're unfamiliar with seeing at the top of a leaderboard. But Cheyenne, Tiger Woods' niece, sits on top. Dizzying heights for her. Can she cope with the pressure of not just that, but the Woods name?
Big question, isn't it? Because she receives a disproportionate amount of attention lavished on her by the press, given her world ranking of 363. But she leads the charge by 1 over Camilla Lennarth, over Minjee Lee, and there's a really good-looking leaderboard. But a lot of young and inexperienced players, aside from Chris Johnson. And then what a round from Alison Whittaker. 69, she faltered down the home stretch, but I was very impressed with her, and so impressed with her attitude afterwards in that interview. So she's going to really go for it today.
She certainly will, and perhaps there's a future for Alison Whittaker in the commentary box because she's a lovely lady to chat to. Now, you spoke about Cheyenne Woods. Do you think she can hold on to this? She's played 3 very composed rounds.
She has, but it was a very shaky start yesterday. It was littered with bogeys on the front 9, but I was seriously impressed by her back 9. She was 4 under for the last 5 holes, and she is a real fighter out on the golf course. I think getting that round behind her, the 3rd round where she was beset by nerves at the beginning, she settled herself and then really did extremely well to battle on in difficult windy conditions yesterday. Holds that 1-shot lead. I would love to say with my heart, I think she has an extremely good chance of winning.
We'll see if you're right. One of the chasing pack, though, is Sweden's Camilla Lennarth. She had a very good 2nd round, perhaps not so strong yesterday.
Not as strong, but as I say, swirling winds, the greens were tricky to read, and a newcomer from Sweden, rookie last year on the Ladies European Tour, around a 72, she battled the course a little bit. It wasn't easy out there, so I think being at the sharp end of the leaderboard might be a little bit too much for her, but, you know, anything can happen on the final day.
Kate Burton, you're certainly hedging your bets. One of the stories, certainly, of this tournament has been Australian amateur Minjee Lee. Wow.
She's used to winning the big titles. What a calm, composed player she is for just 17 years old. There are professionals younger than her, and but she has won the big title. She has just successfully defended her Australian amateur title. She is the US Junior Girls Champion, and she said, "I'm just going to cruise through today." I mean, oh my goodness, the innocence of youth. You know, there's no fear factor with her. So I think that she, in the absence of 8-time major champion Kari Webb, who's won here 8 times, she's going to lead the charge from Australia.
Well, I'll tell you who else will be chasing in that same group as her will be Stacey Lee Bregman from South Africa, who, well, she's maintained her spot right at the top and she will be in that final group.
I'm just, if anything, slightly concerned about her fiery disposition because, goodness me, the old fist pumps out there. I think her caddy needs to do a very good job of just keeping her calm and composed in this final round. But all these players stand a very good chance. It is a very congested leaderboard, to say the least. So anybody has a good shot. It's those who are going to cope early on and to keep their composure and to stay calm. And then I think we're going to see a lot of drama come the back nine.
And according to you, Kate Burton, a new name on the trophy this year. Well, someone that knows exactly what it's like to lift the trophy here at the Australian Ladies Master is two-time winner Jane Crafter, and she's down with Sandy McKenzie.
Yeah, Steph, who can forget the exuberance of Jane Crafter when she picked up that first title of the Masters here quite a few years ago now, and then went on to pick it up a few years later. Again, Jane, what was that like?
Well, Sandy, as a young professional golfer, I just won an LPGA event a couple of years earlier, and that was a great thrill. But to win this one here at home was especially joyful for me. You know, and then to follow it up in 1996 with that long eagle putt to beat Laura Davies, you know, I just can't tell you how much joy that brought.
Now, what does it really mean to win this trophy?
You know, it means a lot, especially for a young Australian to win it, like Minjee Lee or Alison Whittaker to break through for their first win to win this trophy. It'd be especially meaningful. But as a Ladies European Tour official event, it gives them a lot of credentials, a lot of entry into all of the tournaments this coming year as an official Ladies European Tour member. So there's a lot on the line, and I know that whoever wins is going to really enjoy looking after this trophy.
Well, at the end of today, there will be a new name on the trophy, but we've got a lot of exciting golf ahead of us yet.
Well, it's Cheyenne Woods who has one hand on the trophy this year, but Sandy McKenzie, pretty different weather conditions today.
Steph, they will be very different conditions today. We have had a lot of wind and quite a bit of heat here, but this morning we've had a little bit of drizzle as well. Quite calm conditions early in the morning, but it's going to step up a little bit. That should clear to a top temperature of 29 degrees. It's going to be up around 68% humidity. The wind is going to come from the east, around 17 k's, and it's going to be partially cloudy. So very different playing conditions for the girls today. I think they'll be very good conditions and quite calm. So we're looking forward to a really hot day's golf.
Thank you very much, Sandra McKenzie. I can't wait to see what happens today. So let's head over and join our commentators, Peter Wilkins and Jane Crafter.
A very good afternoon and welcome to what is going to be a fascinating day's golf. Is it going to be a life-changing day for one player with their first big tournament win? Or is it going to be a reminder of the halcyon days for the 48-year-old who is playing in the field, Trish Johnson? Some highlights early on, and the leader, Cheyenne Woods, at the first hole, the par 4, playing the toughest Jane Crafter today.
Yeah, it's been a really tough hole. They've lengthened it over the last couple of years. Cheyenne getting off to a good start, hitting two beautiful golf shots, and that would set up a birdie for the young American. Great way to start.
She holed that to go to 13 under par and open up a two-shot lead. Now further ahead, former world number 1 Yani Sen. Is this the charge back to good form?
I think it might be. She is really on fire.
Sensational performance. Yani Sen is absolutely ploughing up the leaderboard. More about that in a moment, but a 6 under par round today. Cheyenne Woods, live action, birdie at the third. Birdie attempt at the third. And it just slides by a fraction. And she's going to tap in. Cheyenne Woods at 13 under par under overcast skies, leading this field. You'd say the winner's going to come from the first 5 on the leaderboard, but you just never know. Cheyenne Woods 13 under, Stacey Lee Bregman 11 under, Minjee Lee at 9 under par, 1 over for the day. Trish Johnson at 8 under with Camilla Lennart, the Swede. Charlie Hull making a move as well. The 4th hole, Jane, and these early holes, they're a good test of golf. It's hard to get away to a good start.
Yeah, they certainly are. This hole, number 4, 341 metres. It's 220 to carry that bunker on the right. And you see that bunker on the left. That's a new addition this year. quite a narrow fairway. Many players just opt to lay up just into the fairway, perhaps with a 3-wood, and set themselves just a shortish iron into a green that has just a slight ridge that runs through it. Hole today in the middle right, just playing slightly over its par.
Now, Trish Johnson, this is the 3rd shot, not too far away, a little bit of green to work with here. Shouldn't be a problem to get it close.
No, it shouldn't be. Got a little ridge to negotiate. Just a little pitch and run up there. Oh, I've got a bad kick. I think she mishit that. A little heavy. That is not up to her normal standards.
A shake of the head and a grimace for Trish Johnson, the winner of 21 tournaments. The last tournament a few years ago now. Won a couple back in 2010, but you just never know when you get the vibrations moving in the system again, the reminder of those great days.
Well, Trish is certainly more than capable, but that's not up to her normal ability. Now, Alison Whittaker now from the bunker.
And Alison Whittaker, a sparkling round yesterday, spoiled by that finish, but she was undeterred. Said they had to happen sometime, those shots.
That's a nicely played bunker shot. Ran out just a little more, didn't have a lot of green to work with there.
She double bogeyed the 17th and the 18th. Now way back on the tee. We'll go to the tournament leader, Cheyenne Woods.
220 metres to clear the bunker on the right, but that's not a problem. This is coming well left for Cheyenne Woods. Now there's water over there.
Yeah, she's not going to be in the water, Sandy, just in the thickish grass. Should have a reasonably clear shot to the green, but it's all going to depend on the lie.
Stacey Lee Brigman, who holed that good putt at the last yesterday. Jane, you mentioned it. It was going to be a confidence booster. She didn't want to give away a shot to a couple of the other players on such a finishing hole.
Also going with a fairway wood.
A little bit of breeze helping them from the right here, and that's a good looking drive down the centre. Just moving to the left a little bit, but it should stay on the fairway. Playing conditions out here are just beautiful. Thankfully that cloud has not lifted yet. Little cool breeze, so just a glorious day out in the golf course.
Yeah, it's pretty humid out there, Sandy, isn't it? With that misty sort of drizzle that we had this morning.
Yeah, Jane, I'm hoping that that cloud doesn't lift. You're like a sauna.
I hear you.
Oh, what a battle it's going to be today. Right in the thick of it, the 17-year-old Australian amateur, Minjee Lee.
Good looking drive from Minjee. Just moving a little left as well, but it'll be fine.
Yeah, she bogeyed the 2nd hole. It's gone par, bogey, par. So that's in good shape to approach this 4th green.
We've got a 17-year-old Australian, a 28-year-old South African, a 23-year-old American, a 48-year-old Englishwoman, and a 25-year-old Swede in the top 5 here, questing for the win.
Yeah, not a lot of green to work with there, and a green all slopes away from them, so tough to get those bunker shots close from that side of the green.
Now the hot player out here today without any argument is Yanni Sandlis for another birdie.
Oh, that would have been a heck of a birdie on the hole that's played the most difficult so far. Oh, and she knows that that's opportunity gone begging.
That was to go to 7 under for the day too. Gee, if she could put some pressure on with a really low number, the people up the top have a look around.
Now after that pretty ordinary chip shot, Trish Johnson just a mid-length putt up the hill. Got to be firm with it. No, she knew that that was not enough. So pretty disappointing bogey on not a very difficult hole.
A dropped shot for Trish Johnson takes her back to 7 under par. Cheyenne Woods striding out, confident, hoping to take the form into today. And Sandy caught up with her at the driving range.
Cheyenne, you dug really deep yesterday to come home strong after a bit of a shaky start.
Yeah, it was definitely a rough start for me, but once I got through the round a little bit more, I got a little bit settled, and I really was proud of how I finished and came back from that rough start.
You would have learned a little bit from that.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely proved to myself that I'm able to fight through rounds like that. Don't let anything get too out of control. You got to kind of keep it in reach. So I definitely fought back from being 2 over a few times throughout the round, so I was happy with that.
Okay, it's trophy day today. An air of excitement, a little bit of nerves, or you're just going to try and play this one shot at a time?
Yeah, you just got to play it one shot at a time. You can't get too far ahead of yourself. I mean, it's still 18 holes. It's a long day. It's 4.5, 5 hours. So I'm just going to focus, like you said, one shot, one hole, and just stay patient.
Well, we're absolutely loving watching you, and that's going to continue today, so the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Her grandfather, the late Earl Wood Sr., first coach, Tiger's dad, called him a big teddy bear. As we see Alison Whittaker, a par putt.
She made a lot of those yesterday, not to be so far today. Remember, at Victoria Golf Club, she'll be headed down to the ISPS Hand Australian Women's Open next week with great expectation.
She started there as a 13-year-old of a handicap of 32. Within a very short space of time, she was in single figures. Par putt for Camilla Lennart.
Pretty straightforward one, uphill, perhaps a little right to left in it. Oh, just dead straight. So all these players making a bit of a hash of this hole, Peter. And you can't afford that when, you know, when the leader is so far ahead of you. You've got to be putting the pressure on, not taking the pressure off.
Absolutely. So some retreating. Camilla Lennart is back to 7 under par. Stacey Lee Bregman, former karate exponent.
Oh, decent for distance. It's not an easy hole location to get to. It's just tucked behind the bunker, the base of a downslope.
Yeah, Cheyenne Woods has got a really lousy lie here. This is very, very deep. She's got 120 metres to the flag. Just a gentle breeze, but it's just all going to depend how this runs. Got that heavy, which is not a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, really the best she could hope for was sort of front of the green. So a challenge for our leader on the 4th hole so far. Now it's a good opportunity, Sandy, for Minjee to put a little bit of pressure on.
Yeah, nice drive by Minjee down here. She's 110 from the flag. I got to say, she was so impressive on the last hole because she made par, but she put it in the water with the second shot. Just played an outstanding pitch, knocked it dead and popped it in for a par.
Yeah, nothing much phases little Minjee. I've enjoyed getting to know her a little bit. I saw her in the US Women's Amateur a couple of years ago, along with Su Yan-Oh, and just sort of rolls along, cruises, as you would say.
Yeah, and travelled the world a lot too, Jane, so she's pretty experienced, has no fear. And that is a pretty good looking shot. Just drifting a little left of the...
She turned away from it, just turned on her, so she's a little bit of work to do. I'm happy talking to Andrew Chuden, her caddy, a touring professional who'll be going to play in the Queensland PGA next week. And he was with her for one other tournament a couple of years ago.
Now So Young Lee, also an amateur. Trying to battle Minjee Lee for amateur honours here at the Ladies Masters.
So the leaderboard, early stages of the final round at Royal Pines and the Ladies Masters. Cheyenne Woods with a little bit of work to do at 4 to make par. She's 13 under. Stacey Lee Bregman 11 under. Minjee Lee at 9 under. Then a host of players at 7 under. Yanni Sen, the big mover of the day, at 6 under par in the Ladies Masters. And she plays with a great joy. Alison Whittaker, she's moved back home to Melbourne. 68 yesterday, could have been so much better.
Oh, lovely swing, lovely shot. Get in the hole. Whoa!
Wow!
Oh. That'll work.
That will bring a smile to the dial. Sensational shot from Alison Whittaker. As we now Go ahead to Yanni Sen, 6 under for the day. Missed a chance at 13.
Hole today back right. Not a dissimilar place to where it was yesterday. Very firm green. And that is well judged for distance. Needs to turn a little bit more to the right. Not bad.
Good shape on the shot.
Just
Cheyenne
35
Woods.
metres here for Cheyenne, and now that's just got caught up on the bank. She needs to clear that and let it run it out. So it's going to be tough from here to make par.
We've seen a number of players make a mess of this hole. I think it's all about the hole location there. Very difficult. See what Trish Johnson can do. Oh, she took her hand off the club awfully quickly. It's not a good sign. Oh, good miss.
Extremely good miss.
Most of us would take that, Pete, wouldn't we?
Absolutely. Now, Camilla Lennartz, 25-year-old.
Nice golf swing.
And she was rifling these shots on the practice range. A little bit different when you get out with the pressure of perhaps your first tournament win in the balance. Now, early on, we heard Kate describe this player here as having that great tenacity, if you like. I don't think she used those words, but she thought it could be undoing Stacey Lee Bregman, or her undoing. Could that be an advantage too, to have the fire burning inside?
Oh, it can be if you know how to control it. I don't see an awful lot of fire like that in Minjee Lee here. She's pretty kind of even keeled. You know, the fire burns inside, but it's not, it doesn't appear that way from the outside.
Yeah, I was talking about Stacey Lee Bregman. It was that she used the exact expression, was the fiery disposition. That's right, as we now watch Trish Johnson.
This is for birdie. Needs to get up. And she's the one player with the most experience, the most wins under her belt of all of these leaders besides Yanni Sen. But she's certainly had more wins in her career than Yanni's had, but never attained the heights of world #1.
Now, big putt for Cheyenne Woods. An average third shot to this green, this for par.
Up and over that ridge, should break to the left if it's got enough speed. Yeah, all set up really from a poor tee shot. If you're going to hit a 3-wood off the tee, you've got to make sure you hit the fairway.
Well, she's tried to remain anonymous with a few choices, playing the Symetra Tour, the LET Tour, but she's right out in front now, isn't she? She's in the spotlight, and how
certainly.
she copes with the next 10, 12 holes. Birdie putt for Lennartz.
That's part of a game that she needs to work on. Certainly a very good ball striker. Now can Bregman read the speed correctly? Yeah, I'm talking to some of her fellow professionals. That is part of the issue with Stacey, is that sometimes she gets a little bit hyper and a little bit anxious.
12 holes just inside. Take that. 6 under par after 5 holes. Well done. Now, Bregman with the par putts.
And an important one at this point. It's a must make.
Good stroke.
Yep.
Stacey Lee Bregman, 11 under par after 4 holes now. Another birdie opportunity for Yanni Sen. Just to reach 5 major titles. Can she get back to that style of form?
All new clubs in the bag this year.
Come on.
Including this club.
Hangs on the left edge precariously and refuses to drop.
That's a couple that could have been the last 2 holes.
Quite easily. She could have been 8 under.
Well, and that's what you need when you start so far back. She started at even par and the lead was 12. So she's got to make all of those now. That's all right. It's good to see her coming back into form. I think she'll be very, very pleased and positive heading into next week.
Oh, Minjee Lee, so cool, so relaxed, great demeanour. She caught up with Sandy before her round.
Minjee, you are one of the stars of the world amateur stage, but today it's a big step up.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited for today, and yeah, hopefully it's going to be a good round.
To win this event today, there's a lot that actually goes with it because, I mean, you're just starting out your career, but it will give you an awful lot of starts in what you're calling your gap year.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, but yeah, it would be great if I did. But yeah, I'm just going to take one step at a time, and yeah.
I say the plan of attack today will be just obviously to go out and do what you've been doing and just, you know, the usual, take it a shot at a time.
Yep, nothing changes. It's only another round of golf, so yep, just the way I normally do it.
Have you been in the final group at a professional tournament before?
Yes, but not as big as this one, I think. New South Wales Open. But,
all right, well, you could make this a really big day and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Well, and Peter, she finished 5th in the New South Wales Open this past year, a few weeks ago. Stacey Bregman.
150 metres this hole playing today. Wind blowing left to right, helping them a little bit. The pin is on the left-hand side, but that needs to get moving. It just sneaks on the front.
Yeah, 1 club short. Sandy needed clearly 1 more to get all the way back to that back left hole location today. Wind conditions a lot different than yesterday. It's pretty much semi-calm out there.
It is, Jane, in patches. The wind drops right down and then all of a sudden it just blows up a little bit, but nothing near what we've had the first 3 days. But it's the cool breeze, which is really pleasant out here.
Minjee Lee also performed well last year at the Ladies Masters, tied for 16th here last year, so it's familiar ground.
Good contact from Minjee. Now that also needs to get some legs. Yeah, just not quite the club, but pretty good.
Yeah, that won't hurt her. Perhaps not quite as solid as she'd like.
Over to the putter.
I think too, Joan, they feel absolutely nothing on the tee, and then as it comes out across the lake, you just start, you know, you can see the flag, you know, straight upright, so they know the wind is there. Just coming up a little shy too, I think, Cheyenne. Oh, just sneaks over that bunker.
Well, clearly she wasn't happy with it, Sandy, at impact. And, you know, I'd say 3 pretty ordinary shots, really, here for the last group. It's going to be interesting to see who can hold up under this pressure, Peter.
It is wide open. Round 4 of the Ladies Masters. Good to have your company from Royal Pines. Cheyenne Woods, 12 under par, a 1-shot leader over Stacey Lee Bregman. Minjee Lee, the amateur, at 9 under. Charlie Hull, 3 under for the day. Yanni Sen 6 under. Belen Motho also has a good round going. Stacey Lee Bregman striding out and full of concentration, as she was on the driving range when Sandy approached her.
Stacey, nobody really came out of the pack yesterday, but you were absolutely rock solid.
I played really solid yesterday, hit the ball really good, which I was really happy about. It's got to get a couple of putts, I think, to drop today, and it could be all good. Yeah.
That could have been some sort of round because I was with you yesterday and you did actually leave a fair bit out there on the greens. Nothing really short, but just some of those makeable ones just never went.
Yeah, I mean, it got kind of difficult in the afternoon yesterday with the wind, and the greens started to get a bit hard and firm and a little bit bouncy and stuff like that. But you know, today's a fresh day. I'm going to a new fresh start, and I'm just going to give it everything that I got today.
Confident and fired up for today?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to today a lot.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
3 top 10s last year from 17 tournaments, a second in the South African Women's Open to match her performance back in the Turkish Open back in 2008. Really, it's time to win, isn't it?
I think she's been knocking on the door, and you know how badly she would have wanted to have won her home Open in South Africa.
Now Trish Johnson trying to get back on track.
Can she make good contact out of that semi-rough? Hole today just on the front, so that's a pretty good result from there.
She'll take that. It can be club grabbing off the fairway. And a similar sort of shot for Camilla Lennartz.
Yeah, wind a little bit off the left, slightly into them, but certainly not as strong as yesterday. Throwing the rough in quite a bit on this hole. Stayed down and through that one nicely. Is it the right club?
Fine shot. About 10, 11 feet for a birdie for Lennartz. The leader, Cheyenne Woods, for a long-range birdie at the par 3 fifth. She'd take 2 from here for sure, but yeah, you're allowed to hold them.
Well, we saw a young Chinese girl hold one yesterday. Pace the important thing, and she has judged that quite well. Not quite a gimme left, but I think generally she'd be pretty pleased.
Absolutely. Cheyenne Woods just with the one minor tournament victory, a 54-hole event to her credit. Stacey Lee Bregman, quite as far.
What she's learned from this is that it doesn't break as much as she will think.
And slides by. Just a touch. Stacey Lee Bregman, the Johannesburg-born rugby fan. 7-time South African colours in karate, but on the golf course, he's done pretty well. And last year was a good year with those, as I mentioned, 3 top 10s. She also has a tie for 3rd in the British Masters to her credit too. So she's been there and thereabouts over several years now.
Yeah, she certainly has. 51st on the money list last year on the Ladies European Tour. So she's right. She's ready to break through. Now Minjee Lee. It's a pretty standard reverse overlap putting grip for Minjee.
She looked so secure over the putter yesterday. Hold a couple from long range. I don't think she'd lose too many marks from that, but she wasn't happy. It was always left off the blade.
Yeah, the thing I like about Minjee is she reminds me a little bit of Lydia Ko. You know, they just go about their business, hit one good golf shot after another. They're not overawed by the situation, and they're used to winning.
That's right. Her 2 Australian amateur victories were by big margins too, so she can put it together on the big stage.
Well, and can Stacey Bregman now put it together on the big stage? She's had her opportunities over the years, and you know, just one shot back now. Putts like this, you have to focus on them, and you can't take them for granted. There's not much in these greens. You really don't have to give the hole away too many times on these short putts. If you make a good putt, the greens are quite true. They will go in.
It's a little tentative.
Yep. A little bit of a move of the head at impact. And that's the hardest thing when you're under pressure, is just to trust it enough to let that putter get out of your way, get the ball out of your sight before you move your head.
What that does is open up a 2-shot break at the top for Cheyenne Woods, but now she has just a short putt too to secure that margin. This is for par.
Now, a lot of young players are taught right away to have left hand low, cross-handed grip. And that's an excellent stroke from Cheyenne. Phoenix resident, went to high school there and then went to Duke University in North Carolina. So well-educated young lady.
Trish Johnson, birdie putt. Probably in the mental department would love this one to get it going. She hit it.
Come on, get there, Trish. What do they say, Pete? 90% of all those left short don't go in. Exasperating. Exasperating.
7 under still after 6 holes today, but the leader is 5 in front. Cheyenne Woods, Stacey Lee Bregman 2 under as we now look at Alison Whittaker lining up her par putts at the 6th hole.
And a lengthy one it is.
Shot dropped, disappointingly so for Whittaker, who apart from that finish yesterday, the double bogey finish, and at the last she was a little bit unlucky too with one of the shots. As we watch Minjee Lee on the 6th, she thought she could have shot anything.
Or straight into the breeze, and this is a beautiful drive by Minjee. Just on the right-hand side, but just sneaking into the edge of the rope, but it's setting up well.
Yeah, there's a lot of scallops been put into this fairway. It used to be pretty well dead straight, Sandy, didn't it? And, you know, it makes you think about your lines.
Yeah, given a few little undulations and just cut the grass in a lot. The rough has come in a lot, so it's a little tighter area, but the key to this hole, of course, is it's usually always straight into the breeze. Luckily, that's down today. Cheyenne Woods tee shot, that's a good, solid hit. Going down the right-hand side a little bit, though.
Yeah, looks like it's a reasonable lie in that rough. Shouldn't be too much problem to a front hole location today.
Some pondering up ahead. Camilla Lennart for birdie. Superb putts. That'll restore some confidence. As Jane mentioned, the putting hasn't been the strongest part of her game, but this week she has been putting well. The caddy, the Irishman, thought she liked the greens and has a putting stroke working as we now look at that familiar build-up of Stacey Lee Bregman at the 6th hole also.
Contact is pretty good. This also is coming down the right-hand side. They're all going to be pretty close over there, and that will be in the rough.
She came out of that one a little bit quickly, Sandy, and that's in that wispy rough. Normally a pretty darn good driver of the golf ball.
A mixed bag so far early on in the final round of the Australian Ladies Masters at Royal Pines. Cheyenne Woods holding sway by 2 shots over Stacey Lee Bregman. Minjee Lee still in the hunt, just 3 behind. Camilla Lennart, a vital birdie for her. Yani Sen, the big mover for the day, but she's let just 1 or 2 slip by. Jessica Corder going well. Joanna Clatton. Well, this course, it's going to have a makeover. It's going to have some surgical attention. And the man in that driving seat there is a former top Australian player, the winner of 70 tournaments worldwide, prolific on the Japanese tour, Graham Marsh.
We have been at this golf course for over 2 decades now, and everybody's become very familiar with it. But come tomorrow, you're the man responsible for some pretty dramatic changes.
Yeah, and I think it's time. Like all things, golf courses, after a while, they do tire. And I think the big change has come about, Sandy, by the fact that RACV were interested in upgrading the golf course. This golf course has served a very valuable purpose on the Gold Coast as a resort golf course. But with the staging of 2 of Australia's major championships, of course the PGA Championship and the Australian Ladies Masters, they wanted a golf course that would be a little bit more challenging. And there were other things that probably prompted them, like the irrigation system needed to be redone after 25 years. So it all made good sense.
So are you going to come in and just bulldoze and resurrect, or are we going to see the remodelling of current holes?
You'll see the remodelling of current holes. It depends what you say by remodelling. I think the original architect here was a Japanese fellow. he's done a pretty good routing on the golf course, and that is verified by the fact that scoring here, particularly with this event this year, with a little bit of rough and so forth, a little bit of extra length, of course, you know, they haven't got to the golf course like they have in the past. And certainly it was rumoured that the men professionals were going to tear the place apart. Well, Adam was the only one that really got to the golf course, and he won by several strokes, and there weren't that many players that reached 10 under par. So the golf course stood up pretty well.
We see the greens here, they're always in immaculate condition, but they are very flat. I figure you're going to make some pretty serious changes to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly part of the challenge. And remember that we're using 328, which is a very old series of grass here, and we're going to go to Tiff Eagle, which is a much more modern series of grass, which has been developed over the years. And that grass is actually a better type of grass for championship golf. They can get a little extra speed out of it, and they can keep it at a lower speed throughout the course of the year, which is going to be very good for players who want to come and test themselves on a truly championship golf course.
Graham Marsh with Sandy. Yanni Sen, third shot at the 15th, the par 5.
So close to reaching this green in 2. Not a very difficult little splash bunker shot. Shouldn't be too much problem for someone of this calibre.
Chance for another birdie.
Yeah, very makeable birdie putt. So she's trying to put the pressure on as much as she can. But those couple of misses on 13 and 14 might come back to haunt her. Now Stacey Bregman.
124 for Stacey. Ball's laying okay, but some long, wispy grass there to contend with. Clear shot into the green, though. Breeze has picked up into her face a bit, though. Now she's caught that little heavy. It's turned the club over, and that is moving well left.
Yeah, and this is the point in the round. She's going to. She hits a few bad shots. She's going to have to control her emotion. It's only one shot, and it's not that difficult of an up and down. All right, now Minjee, see what you can do.
It's a similar distance, Jane. 120 for Minjee. Ball's fractionally above her feet, but not too much, only an inch or so. It's good contact, just going a little left of the flag now.
Yep, that'll work.
Now Cheyenne's just 1 metre closer at 119 to the flag. She's in the rough, but the ball's laying pretty well.
The hole today, just 6 paces on the green. Certainly not the hardest hole location on the green today.
Good looking shot, Jane.
Yeah, I like the balance in that swing. Sort of effortless.
The leader by 2, Cheyenne Woods at 12 under par. And now another talented youngster, Min-Sun Kim.
Played on the Korean Dream Tour last year, which is their developmental tour, and is highly touted. So the Korean KLPGA might have another star.
Birdie chance for Yanni Sen, the par 5, 15th to go to 7 under.
Good to see Yanni coming back into form, pretty healthy. You don't see all of the kinesio tape on her elbow anymore. I think she's pretty healthy finally.
Yanni Sen scorching up the course today with birdies now on the back 9 at 10, 11 and 15. To go with birdies on the 5th, 7th and 9th. Trish Johnson unhappy.
Yeah, Trish just losing a rhythm. She tends to be a bit of a quick player anyway, and looks like she's just a little bit off this afternoon. It's so easy to come up short. I'd love $1 for every time I've come up short to this green. It plays about a half a club longer than what you think.
Good committed on that.
That'd be a good looking shot.
We're going to watch Yanni Sen at the 16th, the par 3, after which you'll be hearing from Quentin Hull.
Oh, it'd be nice if Yanni could go birdie, birdie, eagle. Oh, wrong stick there, Yanni. That'd be a tough little up and down. Now we saw Stacey Bregman miss the green. Sandy, have you had a chance to look at the lie?
Yeah, it's a bit fluffy, Jane, but the problem here is she's got to carry the green because there's no way of chipping this up or pitching it up through it. So she's got to make sure she lands on the green, which she's doing. Not a lot of room to work with. That is a pretty good effort.
That is a good effort. I think she should be quite happy with that. We're going to have to keep an eye on her mental attitude and make sure that she doesn't get a little ahead of herself and upset.
Well, good to be back with you briefly, Jane, as you depart. And I'm about to be joined by former England international Kate Burton on this final day, with the cloud just coming in a little bit here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting afternoon of weather.
Thanks, Jane. Great to have you on board, as it is a sparring partner from yesterday. How are you, Kate?
I'm very well. It's good to be back with you. And good to see Yanni Sang playing well. Provided an early glimpse that indeed a low score is possible in this final round.
And this little old tournament in Australia is starting to get international focus because of the name of the leader.
Yes, when you are Tiger Woods' niece, you are going to receive that extra attention. I mean, she's ranked 363rd in the world, so you normally don't get spoken about that much. But here is Minjee Lee.
And she's done it. The young Australian finds a birdie to remind us that she's not far away.
What a great player she is, and it's certainly worth having another look at this. Her putting stroke is silky smooth. I think it's her real weapon of choice, her putter. Terrific putt. She's the big threat today.
Kate, I don't know what goes on the inside of Minjee Lee, but she's the coolest little customer of all time.
She certainly is.
Now, this would be a nice one to hold for birdie for Cheyenne Woods.
Well, still just the 2-shot lead for Cheyenne Woods. She taps in, and indeed the last name ensures that there's a big focus on this young lady, whatever she does, but particularly now her golf is starting to shine. I wonder if she got a special message before today's round.
Cheyenne, I've got to ask the obvious question. Have you heard from Tiger?
Yeah, he's wished me good luck, so it's good to have his support and know that he's watching, along with my whole family back at home.
All goes well today. Do you think he might be on the phone later on?
I'm not sure. I don't know. That'd be an expensive phone call, so we'll see.
Well, we hope he gets to make that call.
All right. Thank you very much.
Now, hang on. If he's in Florida, it's going to be about 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'm sure he could afford the call, though.
Will he be up?
Yes, a disproportionate amount of interest has been focused on this young lady, just merely through her bloodlines, but it's great to see her golf doing some talking.
Yeah. But doesn't she deal with it well?
Oh, she's a delight. As we check in with Trish Johnson, just been sort of a slow trickle downhill since the back nine started yesterday. Oh, that would have helped. And here's the charge, perhaps in vain, from the 5-time major winner.
Well, you never know. She posts a good score early on. Needs to release from here. Oh, and it hasn't. So struggling here to card a par at 16. Number one for 109 weeks until she lost that title. Desperate to get it back again. Camilla Lennart. Good weight from off the green.
Pretty dead for par as we check in with Minjee off the tee.
Yeah. And this is another good drive from Minjee Lee. No problems there. She missed the bunker on the left. She's got it well down the centre.
So lead 2 back. And what a thrill just to be playing in the last group. There's caddy Andrew Tewton. He's got some golf to play himself. Next week he's going to Toowoomba to play in the Queensland PGA, so he won't be down at Victoria on the bag at the Australian Open.
Got to be careful of that left bunker. Here's another one that is, oh, it's a bit tight. No, it's going to miss it easy. Got a nice old kick off one of the mounds, though.
It certainly did, and that's scuttling down the fairway into the prime position. It's all about the second shots in, as Jane Crafter alluded to earlier. Got to believe in the yardage. There is a false front that gives that impression that it's nearer than it is.
Also, Kate, on this hole, you must make the fairway.
Yeah, to get some control on your second as well. Now, Sandy, here's Stacey Lee Bregman.
Now, as Jane was alluding before, Stacey can be hard on herself, so she's just got to, you know, she's starting to back off a lot of shots. A lot of things are starting to bother her, and it's not a good sign. She can be quite tough on herself.
Someone's phone has annoyed her there. Just a prickly side of the South African here as she tries to stay in touch. Only 2 back, but
gentle breeze at the moment, but it is helping her. And this is a pretty good-looking shot as well. It's going to miss everything.
And it certainly has taken the fast track down the middle of the fairway, but ooh. I think that her caddy there, Steve Walsh, is going to have to be a very calming effect on her, and she can get in the way of herself. Now, Trish Johnson, important putt for Trish, stay at 7 under.
oh dear. Dear, dear, dear. So she's back to 6 under now and 3 over for the day. That adds to bogeys on 1 and 4.
Now, Yanni, this par saver required to keep her, well, you would think out of contention. Needs this and a couple of birdies to finish.
Not to be. So now Lennart.
Good driving hole, the 8th.
Great to hear the galleries behind the players here have picked up today, as you'd expect. Money day here at Royal Pines.
And for many of the players at the top of the leaderboard, this is big money for them. Yeah, they're in the rarefied air. This is a position that they don't normally find themselves. And it really will be very intriguing to see how they cope. Now, Alison Whitaker, who, gosh, she put together a magical round yesterday, faltered down 17 and 18, which was a great shame.
She's the happiest person ever to have finished double bogey. That looks nice and safe.
Good.
Now Sandy on the 7th.
We'll take a little look at where all these players are. Now, you can see I'm standing next to the white dot. That is 120 metres to the front of the green, and the pin is on the left-hand side, so that's to the left front. Just over here, 1 metre closer, that is Stacey Lee Bregman. Then we come down a little further down here to both of the other players. First one is the ball of Minjee Lee. Minjee is 116 from the flag, and the far one is Cheyenne Woods, just 111. You must be careful, though. There is no depth to this green, so the club selection is crucial.
And it certainly is crucial, and it's not an easy hole. It's not that long. But, second certainly tests them.
It doesn't seem all that breezy out there, Sandy, but what's that humidity like?
The humidity is there, but fortunately we have a lovely, quite light, cool breeze, and that is keeping it down. But if that stops, and we're just praying that those nice clouds over there just stay there, because it's just beautiful out here right now.
So the breeze is a friend at the moment when it's a zephyr.
Very
it's
much
cooling it down, but we don't want it to really gust up from the player's perspective. Great to get you right out onto the course here at Royal Pines.
Yeah. It hasn't been carrying it up more down breezy, has it?
It's like a little bullet, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You mentioned Steve Walsh before. Very experienced caddy.
Maybe
7 or 8 years on the LET. He's carried the bag for Yanni Singh, among others.
Now that little zephyr of a breeze has just picked up a little bit. It's going to be behind her. She's got 119 to the front. Now she needs to get this 120, because anything on the edge of this green just stops dead, will not go. But you can't be too long. It'll go over the back really easily. Contact is good. It started to the right, not really coming back enough.
Well, and it's a good illustration of what Sandy said. It's just so hard to hold this green. It's very wide, but very shallow.
There's a battle going on there, and it's not just player and course, it's player versus the inner demon, it seems.
Nice wedge.
Well, then,
Perfect club.
Now it's 108 metres to the front for Minjee, 116 to the flag, but as I said, if she can get it 109, it'll be perfect. Nice breeze behind her. The line is good, just drifting a little left now.
oh, a little left is sensational.
And got it to hold as well, so a birdie opportunity for the young Australian on 7.
You know I'm a hard taskmaster, Kate.
You got to hold it for you to get a cheer out of you.
Definitely.
Now, Cheyenne.
Now, this is a really nice drive. Of course, she got a little help off the back of a bunker here, but it's just 111 to the flag, 103 to the front. Now, she caught that a little heavy. That's just turned over a little left. It's certainly not what she was hoping for.
Came up short, which is a position that we see so often on this hole. A lot of dead ground just before the green. But no real harm.
Well, there is a trophy for the leading amateur here, as much as Minjee Lee's playing for the big trophy. But So Young Lee from Korea, the 16-year-old, is trying to run down Minjee.
Oh,
and
what
that's a lovely putt.
Superb. That was tracking all the way to the hole. Well, there is a battle ensuing between these two players. I mean, Minjee Lee holds a 3-shot cushion over her amateur challenger, So Young Lee. And there it is, Cheyenne Woods.
2 amateurs on
lead.
that front board.
How good is that?
Kate, yeah.
This championship has a very good way of unearthing a lot of good amateur talent. We saw Amy Yang win back in 2006 as a 16-year-old amateur.
So Woods by 2 as we approach the turn on this final day on the Gold Coast. Camilla Lennart on that board, 4 behind the leader. Second into the par 4 8th.
Good distance control, solid shot, very makeable birdie par for Lennart. 4 back from Woods. And if she could just get her putter to warm up that little bit more, then Lennart could pose a real threat. There's a good chance at the bottom of your screens to follow your favourite player that has made it through to the weekend. Katie Burnett, who was right in the mix, Quentin, yesterday, just dropping back down the leaderboard to 6 under. And Laura Davies, for those
what a
fans.
favourite she is here.
You going to go to the cricket match after?
I'm sick of watching Australia beating up England in cricket this summer. You can go along to see if you can claim one.
The door and I let you walk into that. Yeah, there is an annual cricket match held after the Ladies Masters between the Northern and Southern Hemisphere, and you normally see Laura Davies out there. Anyway, let's move on from cricket. Let's get back to some women's golf.
I'll let you get out of that hole. Here's Ali Whitaker. You know, she's got some birdies in her from yesterday's round, so 7 back.
Get up there. And a very level head on her shoulders as well. Graduated with a degree in psychology from Duke University, which is an excellent university in America. Tough.
Now to the green at 7, and Breakman just short with her second, just on the fringe. Needs to stop. Has really attacked that pin, and a very tough par putt coming back for the South African. She seems so composed, Cheyenne Woods.
And I think she took a huge amount of encouragement from her 3rd round, where she really did battle it out and settle the nerves in the second half.
Alida hoping to chip in for birdie on 7. Oh, gave it a shake. So dead for a 4 to stay at 12 under.
Very tidy up and down. She has this 2-shot lead. Just keep on putting pars on the board. The birdies will come. There are some very birdieable holes coming up forwards. And she proved how strong she was over the back 9 to be 4 under over the last 5 holes. Real testament to her grit and determination.
So she's taken her par, and last year she played in the 3 rounds that consisted of this event, 74, 72, 72, to be tied for 33rd. So a real improvement here so far, signing for 69, 71, 69, 67 and 71. A few changes where the course has been made harder as well. So,
well, just wait till next year, hey, Quentin. We won't recognise it.
Tracking well.
Now, Minjee Lee, really like her putting stroke.
I think she'll be up for the fight today. There's a part of us that suggests she's above the shoulders, got the right stuff.
But she's won big already as an amateur, and they're big titles to have won. You know, 2 Australian amateur championships back to back, and then winning the Australian Girls Championship by 8 strokes in the same year. You know, the US Junior Girls Champion. These are huge titles. And she was quoted yesterday as saying, I'm just going to cruise into this final round. Geez, that's confidence.
To cut the margin to 1. Yes.
Oh.
Beautifully done to move to -11. And
Game
now
on.
within 1 of Cheyenne Woods.
Oh, did I just hold another putt?
Just another birdie. What's that? About to play the back 9 on Sunday. 1 from the lead. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, I'll have a go. Now, Alison Whittaker. Slightly uphill. Never really had it online from the start. Good weight. That'll be a tap in for par for Whittaker.
This is a tough par putt. Oh dear. And she's now looking the vulnerable of that last group to just drop off the battle. She's now 3 behind at 9 under.
And Quentin, just looking at the leaderboard, I have just seen Belen Motho is 8 under par today, and she has leaped up to a tie for 4th with this player, Camilla Lennart. Oh, so birdie not to be, but what a round from Belen Motho, player from Spain. We'll keep an eye out for her. For the 8th hole, very good par 4 it is. It's all about the drive, getting a good one away, as it is quite a narrow landing area. It's 328 metres, but you've got to be careful of that bunker on the left. 3 trees in the middle of it for a good reason, and the fairway does eat in more today, this week, and the rough has certainly made the fairways a lot more narrow. Not a long hole, and very few birdies today, but it is playing slightly under its par at 3.91. And those trees in the middle of the bunker, they certainly can come into play. You don't see that very often, do you?
It's unique, isn't it? Yeah.
I wonder if Graham Marsh is going to keep that feature on this hole.
You noticed something there, Kate? There's only 2 of them now.
Oh, well,
There was always 3 trees.
There
I
were
didn't
3.
realise. One's gone and missing. Somebody obviously got very angry.
Well,
You get a lot of lightning around these parts, Sandy. That might have happened.
Good solid contact by... Well, she shows no fear, this girl, straight down the middle.
Well, that was a great drive from Lee. Her average has been 253 metres this week for Minjee Lee. Good 20 metres past Woods. When you look at their average drives and look at the stats, so Woods not the longest player in this group.
Cheyenne Woods' tee shot. It's going to be really interesting to see how Cheyenne handles this. Minjee's made back-to-back birdies. That's going to put a bit of pressure on, but that's a beautiful drive.
when we saw the group for today, we thought this has got potential. Stacey Lee Bregman there, having played well, but really, from a local perspective, you think of Minjee Lee. From an international perspective, the name of Cheyenne Woods. So now it looms. We're going to get that wonderful battle where the locals have got a young star, and the world looks on to see if this could be the major breakthrough for the niece of Tiger.
Oh, certainly got the game now. Here's Stacey Lee Bregman.
This one's heading a lot more to the right, and that is going to be in the tree line. You can be lucky in there.
She certainly has flirted with the trees.
Oh, she's got to bounce back towards the bunker, and she's just going to stay out. So, wow.
Well,
A-grade ricochet. Has Yani Tseng got any more to say about her 2014 Ladies Masters? This for birdie on the penultimate hole. Oh, and she's missed it.
What might have been. You've seen her miss a couple of putts. Very makeable for Tseng. Still, by even her lofty aspirations, this is a very solid final round. Currently 6 under par. That's in spite of a bogey at the 16th. Jason Hamilton, her caddy. A bit of an on-off relationship. Tell you what.
We're about to hit the turn. Well, certainly the final pairings, final groups, and Cheyenne Woods leads by 1 from Australia's 17-year-old amateur from the West, Minjee Lee. Stacey Lee Bregman trying to hold on and just stay in contention. Motho with a hot round, 8 under for today with 3 to play. Lennart and Hull, the others to round out the first page. And then So Young Lee, also an amateur, Min Sun Kim, Tseng, Headwall, Korda, and Nostera from France. Another Frenchwoman, Joanna Clarton, 6 under along with Burnett and Johnson. Artis Whitaker, and Laura Davies gets herself on the top 3 pages with a -5 today to be 4 under for the tournament at Royal Pines. So let's see if Yani Tseng can finish out here. Tidies up.
Been working hard on her game. Such a frustrating game it can be, just looking for that form that has eluded her the last 18 months or so. The thing is, the harder you try, the worse you can get.
Now, where did Stacey Bregman... Well, she finished up just near that bunker edge, didn't she, Sandy?
Yeah, she's actually lucked out a lot here because the ball's hit the tree, shot across the fairway, didn't go in the other one. So she's there, but she's fairway back at... Well, it's 133 to the flag. Now, the problem she's got here, the pin is front left. There's a big hollow at the front of this green. It's only 8 paces on. Not a lot of room to work with. And, of course, if you get too far behind the flag, it becomes pretty slippery coming back down again. So she'll need to get the number right here.
Yeah, it's important. Into the bunker. Nice little control one.
Just trying to tune in on Steve Walsh. They're a bit hard to picking him, but you sense that the finish of this front 9 and the start of the back 9 is so important.
She's a player who's very good at manufacturing shots, though. Can hit it high, low, works well with this breeze.
Breeze is directly into her face, and she's turned that over. That is going well left.
Not good by her standards. I wonder if it was a new 8-iron that she had after wrapping the other one around a tree earlier this week. See, it's a good example there. She is very firing. She's got a tempestuous attitude and mood out on the golf course, which is not really going to help her at all.
Well, she's only 3 back, and she just needs to get herself consolidated, and then perhaps a better golf comes as she makes the turn. As here's the approach for Woods.
92 to the front of this green for Cheyenne Woods. Now that's turning over a little bit left, but it mightn't be too bad.
Oh, and again, she gives herself a chance for birdie. So back on the 8th. Cheyenne Woods with that approach there, having just played in. And another chance for a 3. There's Will Swift, her caddy from last week in New Zealand, and for next, basically the Australasian swing.
Well, I don't blame him either.
Yeah.
That's a good bag to get a hold of. Will Smith, a fellow Pom.
He's a Yorkshireman.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's north of the river then. Okay.
Minjee Lee's just a metre closer to the green at 91 to the flag, directly into the breeze. Nice easy shot. Now this is on the money.
Oh, what a wonderful shot from Minjee Lee.
That was terrific. Her emotional equilibrium is outstanding.
Draining a birdie on the previous green and then almost knocking the pin out here.
Oh, gave it a go. So birdie at 6, birdie at 7, and well, that should surely be a tap-in for her 3rd consecutive birdie on this front 9.
Just trying to read something out of her expression there.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Doesn't give a great deal away on the golf course.
Whether the smile is going to go from a relaxed demeanour to that, oh, hold on, am I a chance to win this tournament? And whether that gets a shaky or not. She finished up school at Corpus Christi in Perth. She's not going to school anymore, 17 years of age. She's going to play the Ladies' Championship event in China in March, and then try and play some big amateur events in the US.
I get the feeling she's also going to be invited to play in a fair few number of tournaments as well, given her excellent run of form. So once again, these fabulous aerial views of the golf course. This is the 8th green. Congratulations to our cameraman who's been up there all weekend. Certainly got a head for height.
Yeah. So as we keep mentioning, she just needs to knock in a few pars here, just not let it slide totally away. She's still well in contention, but the demons are starting to bubble to the surface.
It's possibly even made more difficult by the fact that Lee has made those, well, she will make 3 birdies in a row, and that just applies more pressure, and she's certainly getting frustrated, Stacey, but she needs to hold something just to stop it.
I think you're right, Sandy. It just compounds matters, doesn't it, when you see your playing partner just easily knock in 3 consecutive birdies and you're struggling out there.
Difficult putt this. It is from long range, from just off the edge, and it's downhill. So she could easily slip this by or leave it well short. It's going to be a hard one to judge.
It's pretty handy.
Reminds me of an LPGA player called Angela Stanford. I think they look quite similar.
Very like her in the face, isn't she?
She very is. Really is.
Now, very important putt here for Cheyenne Woods, because she knows that Minjee's just got a simplest little tap in for her birdie, which will join her as co-leader. She would dearly love to sink this one right now. We'll be starting to feel a little bit of pressure.
Slightly tentative stroke from Woods. Not struck with her usual confidence. But it's a par all the same.
So -12 for Woods, and
Now shares top
Lee
billing.
to join her. Now the other amateur who's playing well, So Young Lee of Korea, for a 3. Par 5, 9th. Not to be, but an easy tap in to continue her move up the leaderboard. She's 8 under, 4 from the lead.
Crucial putt for Bregman to stay within striking distance of the leaders.
Well held. Now the tap in for Minjee Lee's 3 to join Woods in the lead at 12 under. Well, this is getting exciting. We always say it about this point of the Sunday, but when you think of the drama surrounding Kari Webb on Friday, a couple of the big international names not really firing, but we've got 2 wonderful stories here in our co-leaders, the 17-year-old from Western Australia and the golfing blue blood from the States, both at 12 under. Bregman trying to stay in touch, 3 back and playing in that last group. So Young Lee, 16 years of age and at 8 under. Perhaps she can charge as well. Lennart and Motho also there, prominent. Hull, Nathera and Kim at 7 under, with Sang Headwall and Korda at 6 under here at Royal Pines. So let's go to 9 now. Birdie attempt for Min Sun Kim.
Oh,
drops it in.
Dribbled it in. It's played the easiest hole yesterday. All the par 5s have 9, 18 and 3 are the easiest holes on the golf course. But she is about to embark onto the hardest hole on the golf course, the 10th.
She's ranked just beyond 230 in the world, Min Sun Kim. So, well, she's close enough, if good enough, through the front 9 in a 2 under 35.
144 players teed it up at the beginning of the week. Now, top 60 and ties made it through to the weekend. Carolyn Headwall, we had great hopes for Carolyn Headwall, star from the Solheim Cup. Just 6 under par today. Charlie Hull is playing well, the young prodigy from the UK, 7 under par. And there's Laurie Kane from Canada. Stacey Keating, well, the young Australian, so ebullient and enthusiastic, 2 over par. Now Minjee Lee on the 9th.
Well, it's 3 birdies in a row, and now she faces the very birdieable par 5 9th. Got to be careful of that bunker on the right. She's not going anywhere near this. Oh, actually, she's going to be a little tight. It's moving a lot further. Oh, that moved in the air quite a bit. Now, that is unlucky. It has rolled down from the front. That's unfortunate because it is a reachable green. Now, Cheyenne Woods, does that just give her a little opening of the door there? Joint leader. It's good solid contact, but again, going towards the bunker. Oh, she's followed her in.
Come play in the sand. On 9, our co-leaders Lee and Woods in the sand off the tee. And the last of the group, the South African, who's just trying to get herself out of a mini funk here.
225 to carry that bunker on the right. The other 2 players have gone into. That's meters. This one's coming further down the left-hand side. Just going to pick up this left-hand side of the fairway, and that'll be fine.
Looking resplendent in your orange standing out there, Sandy.
Tell you what,
we
we're actually
don't
not
lose
to
them,
have been
will
able
we?
to see me today.
Yeah.
We'll be able to see you from Melbourne. And that.
I'm very worried about getting in the players' line of sight.
You stole that shirt from Ricky Fowler. He likes the orange on Sunday.
Well, 9th hole, it has played as a par 4 in previous years, but this year it is a par 5. 450 metres. And you're going to see a fair few number of players today have already got home in 2. 225 metres, as Sandy said, to fly it over that right-hand bunker. And if you can do that, that is certainly the fast track. You've got a good deal of run from there to set you up for your second. And where the pin is located today on the front right-hand segment, it is very reachable and accessible in 2. Easiest hole out there, hanging at 4.56. No eagles today, but 31 birdies. So you never want to walk away with anything remotely more than a par.
Here's the Victorian just ahead with that approach in. So a birdie attempt there. And just with the nature of the this hole, you can't really see that little swale beyond that front right trap. It makes it visually deceptive.
It certainly does, Quentin. So you've got to believe the yardage, as our 2 leaders.
Isn't that a sight? Here they are battling for a major trophy and for major breakthroughs in their careers, and they're having a natter, walking down 9, sharing the lead at 12 under. Fantastic. Sandy, we can see you.
We've seen the orange shirt again. We
Yeah,
saw
you
the
can't
shirt
miss me
before
again,
I saw
Kate,
you.
can you? Just having a look where these balls are. This is Stacey Bregman. Now, she's only 202 metres from the front of the green. Good line in out here. There's no trouble at all. But over the other side, way over here, they're just a metre apart at 220 and 219 respectively. Very close up to the front, so they've just got to be a little bit careful. This green is very well bunkered, so I think you might find both of them just trying to play up short.
Now, Sandy, you're still using the old-fashioned yardage chart. No, not fancying the rangefinder?
Kate, we were going to leave that story alone about my using of a rangefinder. I like to step out my own yardage.
Yes. Why don't I just tell Quentin, because I'm sure he might be
go on,
interested
I knew
to
you
know.
would.
People want to know.
Yeah, well, no, Sandy was given a rangefinder to use in Taiwan last year, but she kept on saying, it's just not working. I just can't get it to give me any yardages at all. Then we said, well, actually, Sandy, you need to turn it the other way. And so once she did that, she found that she got the yardages really quite well.
Kate, you see the colour of this hair? Blonde.
And I think you've got the colour of your shirt.
Well, this will just tell us a little bit about these 2 players as well. Their approach to playing this trap shot to a par 5, whether they take their medicine or whether there's some aggression shown here.
Well, depends on what kind of, how much the lip will come into play. Like, Sandy, they got a good chance of being able to go for it, depending on their lie. They're far enough back.
Yeah, they're well up, but they're very close to the lip, but there's not much of a lip.
Let's just, for a moment, go up to the green. And Lennart. So she's made it to the fringe in 2. And needs it to stop. Well, she's got that back for birdie. And Yani Singh's just about to finish out. She was one that got the hairs raised on the back of the neck in incitement that one of the real champs might be charging. Perhaps not enough. Will require a calamity from the leaders for Singh to stick around in the clubhouse. Got a hot round today, 6 under for the tournament, and there's a chance. That's for an eagle on 18. It's a lovely approach.
Well, one of the longest players on tour, Yani Singh, is just not that tall, but very powerful, generates a great deal of club head speed. So, looks like Minjee Lee will be the first player in this group to go.
Yeah, both players. The balls are laying absolutely fine, but the lip is very close. It's no more than, well, it's under a metre high, probably, half a metre high. But they're just both going to play safe. What they've got to be careful of is the bunker on the right is about 70 yards short, or 70 metres short of the green. So just picking a club that is safe. Now that is good contact. It's going a little left. There's a bit of room out there.
That's smart play. A lot of these players will lay up to their favourite distance with their wedge. Many of these players will carry 4 wedges in their golf bags.
I think just the 3 in the bag of Minjee. Sorry, Sandy.
No, I was just going to say, pin is tucked right in the front of this today, so it's not that easy to get to, and you've just got to put your wedge in a really good position. Now, that is good, solid contact. It looks like it's just left of the bunker, and that's fine from Cheyenne. Good shot.
Well, now on the green, the Australian Ali Whittaker for a 4. A long birdie putt to try and move to 6 under.
Well, misread from Whittaker.
It's going to be tricky, though. You've played this course many times, and you hear everyone say, oh, they're generally straight here, even though you can see something in them. Whether that was just a miss hit.
There's also a fair bit of grain out on the greens as well, which is the direction in which the grass grows, and that also affects the roll of the ball.
This gets the Swede back in the fight, and she nails it to move to 9 under. Just 3 back, Camilla Lennart.
So an even par outward half for Lennart of 37 by virtue of those 2 late birdies on her front 9. Started off rather wobbly. Now Ali Whittaker. Good. Well, back down the fairway is Bregman. Looks like she is going to have a crack at it in 2.
Yeah, she has been waiting here, Kate. Just 195 from the front of the green, so just 202 to the flag. She does get it out there a little bit when she gives it a rip, and I think she really needs something to turn around just to get her head in the right place at the moment. So having a go at it. Bit of tail breeze. It is good, solid contact. Heading to that right-hand side of the green, heading way right.
Scooting on.
Well, we can still see the ball, so be interesting to see what the lie is like.
Gee whiz, she gave it a thwack.
Well, the old adrenaline is flowing.
This is our last group, about to complete the front 9. So they are just a few strokes away from fabled territory in golf. Young players dream of that first time that they go down the back 9 on a Sunday in contention. And that is what is about to face Cheyenne Woods and Minjee Lee.
And a new player is going to join Jane Crafter's club of champions. It really is. It's going to be a fascinating battle on the back 9. Cheyenne Woods had a win a couple of years ago at the Suncoast Ladies Open in America, but this would certainly be the biggest win of her career on the Ladies European Tour, the ALPG.
25 metres from the flag for Cheyenne. She's just in a nice little position here. Gentle breeze blowing. They were expecting these clouds to clear today, but it is very heavily clouded, so we're a little thankful for that. Conditions perfect. Just fractionally to the left of the flag. That'll do.
Brilliant. Birdie beckons for the co-leader. Perhaps to go outright, depending on what Minjee Lee does here.
A great shot to put some pressure back on Minjee Lee.
And she'll be really pleased with that, having had a chat with Woods around the tournament. She said, yeah, I've been working a lot on that 70, 80, 90-yard wedge. Okay. It's where I've found that I needed to make some more closer shots to ensure those shots are picked up in tournaments. So she'll be really pleased with that, considering she's worked on that part of her game.
Certainly the professionals spend a huge amount of times from 100 yards in. Big difference between amateurs and pros. Now, Minjee Lee.
Yeah, just under 60 yards for Minjee. Nice clean look at the flag.
And gets it to stop, which has been a battle for some players. Well, let's go from 9 to the end of the next 9, the last green. 3 to finish for the former world number 1, perhaps.
Wouldn't that be nice? Well, not her best. She has been working very hard on her putting with Pia Nielsen and Lynn Marriott from Vision 54, as do a lot of players from the old PGA. Still work to do for Jani if she were to hole out for a birdie at 18. Now back at the 9th. 2 players on the short stuff, and Bregman through the green. What's the lie like, Sandy?
Attractive, Kate. It's laying okay, the ball itself, but above her she has some overhanging branches, and it's coming up a rise, and then as soon as she gets on top of the green, it's going to run back down again. So it's a bit of a fine line between pleasure and pain, this one.
Well, she's probably done it once, so she could do it again.
It's caught that a little bit thin. It needs to check.
Scooting, scooting, scooting.
So Woods and Lee in the commanding seat here at the 9th hole. The easiest par 5 on the golf course. 2 very makeable putts. They currently share a 3-shot lead over their nearest challengers. Another fabulous aerial view of the golf course and the 9th.
So after the best of results off the tee, it's now Bregman who's just trying to scrap for a score here.
It's a funny old game, isn't it? Not how, it's how many.
Good to see the gallery starting to thicken as well. This is a treat. Here's the young local, so to speak, from the other side of the continent, but she's the young Aussie. You see the flag on the back of her cap, and our visitor from the States who was here last year and just delighted us all with her demeanour and the ability in which she is able to handle the pressure that comes with her surname.
She's certainly made an impression, hasn't she, since arriving in Australia last year to compete, to make her debut, as you guys like to say. Debut in the Ladies Masters. And, you know, she's the $1 million package, isn't she, Cheyenne Woods? But work to do. But this is Bregman for a birdie. Really needs this to keep on trying to apply the pressure on the leaders.
She gives half a shot back to the field. She only takes par here. Push, push. Got there, but just shaved the right edge.
Good try.
So that will be 5 for the South African on a hole that's averaging under par. Before the birdie putts, our 2 co-leaders. Back to Jani Seng on 18. Tough one back for her 4 here. I mean, really charged at it with a regal putt. She knocks it down to finish the tournament at 7 under, and that's a fine 64 or 66, should I say, today for Jani Seng.
And she'll be hoping that fortune will roll on to next week at the Australian Open. Or Lee, I think she realised she just hadn't hit it quite hard enough. Dribbled it down towards the hole, but a par. Very tidy outward half of 35, that lovely run of 3 birdies.
And now Woods to finish her opening 9 with a birdie and to move back to the outright lead. Should make it for 13 under. And makes no mistake. So Cheyenne Woods will head to the back 9 on Sunday here at Royal Pines as the leader of the 2014 Ladies Masters.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Branson. For anyone just joining us, we're in the final day of play at the Australian Ladies Masters here at Royal Pines on the Gold Coast. And what an exciting day it has been. At the start of the day, it was Cheyenne Woods on top of the leaderboard, and she started her round along with Stacey Bregman of South Africa and Minjee Lee, the Australian amateur. And look at how it's moved thus far today. Cheyenne still on top, a one-shot lead. Minjee Lee, an incredible round so far. Just one shot behind. Sweden's Camilla Lennart on the hunt as well, sharing third with Stacey Bregman. And of course, there's the other player in the running for the amateur is So-Young Lee, who is on 8 under. Yani Seng had a stunning round today and seemed to have recovered some of her form of the Yani of old, finishing at 7 under the card today. So a wonderful day's play from the former world #1, Jane Crafter. You lifted this trophy twice in the past, 92 and 96, and we thought there might be a new name on the trophy. It certainly looks like it's going to be like that.
Yes, it does. I thought perhaps if Yani could have made those birdies on 13 and 14, anything might have happened. But yes, it does look like we're going to have a new addition to the Walk of Fame. And, you know, my money is on little Minjee Lee. I like her chances. I think she's playing beautiful golf. Cheyenne's playing very well as well. My concern is for Stacey Bregman that she's letting her emotions control her game right now. And Camilla Lennart, well, you know, she's a bit of an unproven person, an unproven player. Certainly has the right demeanour, but I don't know if her short game can quite hold up under this pressure, Steph.
Well, Cheyenne seems to certainly be able to handle the pressure. She came out this morning, and here's her second shot on the first hole, Jane.
Yeah, certainly a nice drive off the tee, good way to start. And just a mid-iron. This hole's been lengthened over the last couple of years, so not certainly the easiest of starting holes, but this is a beautiful shot, just to a few feet, and she'd go ahead and knock that one in for a birdie.
And here's her third to 9, and Jane, for all the scrutiny on her, not just because of her name, but because of this unfamiliar spot at the top, there's a lot of focus on her.
There is a lot of focus on her, but I tell you what, she's a very composed young lady. She's handling this pressure really, really well. And, you know, I'm quite impressed. I was thinking perhaps that she might crumble a little bit like she did yesterday in the first few holes, but she's held herself together very well. And, you know, might be a little bit of good DNA in there, I think.
That's certainly so, but just one shot behind, hot on her heels, another young lady. If you're going to talk about young ladies with composure, how about Minjee Lee?
Well, successfully defended her Australian Amateur Championship last month. She has some titles under her belt, and you know, she knows how to win. She knows how to hit good shots, and she just controls her emotions very well. She plays without fear. You know, she hits one shot, goes and finds it and hits it again, and you know, it's looking pretty automatic at this point.
Certainly is. Here's her second to 8.
Yeah, this was a really nice little pitching wedge, front hole location, and she judged it really well. Almost holed it. So that was, you know, the last of 3 birdies in a row there. That was pretty darn good golf from Minjee.
And a contender for a shot of the day. And here we are, back down on the fairway. Cheyenne Woods just teeing off at the 10th.
Yeah, and looking pretty anxious there. It's a new tee box. It's further to the left, and well, I got a pretty handy bounce off that Melaleuca, but it's easy to push it out to the right because there's water all down the left. A new angle for this 10th hole, and I really like this particular angle, and very, very good tight hole.
Well, Minjee Lee's next off the tee. Let's hand back to our commentary team. Thank you, Jane Crafter.
Thanks, Steph. Thanks, Jane. Yeah, so Woods off to the right, and now Minjee Lee.
And Minjee is taking this more the tiger line. Oh, that is just perfect.
Super drive, such a different hole this is this year with that new tee box. It used to be a rather bit of an ease going into the back 9, but if anything but now, makes it a real testing par 4, Sandy.
Before, you never ever saw the water until you were actually in it.
No.
And now, gosh, you have to cover a lot of it to find this fairway.
Oh, I don't know, I can always see water on the golf course. Now, Bregman.
She had a very tight line to that water with a beautiful drive yesterday down the left. She's got to be bold now, you'd think.
We've turned onto the home stretch, and again, this is a nice tight line from Stacey Bregman. That's better.
Did we just play the tape from yesterday? Very similar drive. That might be longer, in fact. Wow, that is a terrific launch.
Well, there have been a number of great scores in this final round here at Royal Pines. One from this lady, Belén Mozo from Spain, ranked 125 in the world. Here she is, her second into 18.
Eagle chance there, wow. 5 birdies on the outward 9 and 3 birdies and a bogey so far coming home.
Well, she could go for the low round, but there are a number of players. Yanni's in the clubhouse. We're on 7 under for the day, but Shinayan has also 7 under right now. Pamela Presswell from Scotland, 7 under. Scoring conditions are ideal.
Lennart to go to -10 with this birdie putt on the par 4 10th. So this is the second last group. Oh, and she's nailed it. The Swede keeps herself in contention. Well, this 10th hole is a bit different these days, Sandy, but you found yourself a nice spot there next to the tree.
Underneath a nice Melaleuca. Fortunately for Cheyenne, she came out okay on this one. Ball's laying okay, sitting down a little bit, but it shows you a difference that an angle makes coming into this hole. She's stayed away from the water. A lot of the players are ending up on this right-hand side, and she's now 134 to the front of this green. The pin is back 16, so 150 metres to the flag. And then way up there, and I'm not even going there yet because long way away are our other 2 players. Advantage the 2 of them.
Well, now we're on that back 9 on the Sunday, and we're so used to conditions in southeast Queensland getting a bit windy, but it just seems still pretty still out there, Sandra.
Yeah, the conditions are beautiful. We were expecting this all to clear away earlier, and the overhead cloud is fantastic. It's keeping the temperature down. Perfect.
Well, Alison Whittaker tapping in for par on the 10th green. Stays at 5 under par. The pin today on 10, back left-hand corner, which makes it a lot more accessible than it was yesterday. Par saver here for Trish Johnson. Yep.
Yes, the slide from the turn yesterday is unfortunately just followed for Johnson. 4 bogeys on her outward 9 today.
Yes, that's really put pay to her hopes. Most experienced player in the final few groups, but just couldn't find the bottom of the hole with the putter. So
50-50 battle between course and player.
It really is, isn't it? Playing it exactly its par 4. 13 birdies. It's all about getting a good drive away. I think also it might be playing slightly easier, if anything, today compared to yesterday, given where the pin is. Make it slightly easier from where Cheyenne Woods is coming from.
Well, the one good thing about what Cheyenne has done, if there's an advantage to this, is the fact that she has opened up the green because the pin is tucked tight on the left-hand side. So sort of takes the bunker and everything out of play. But at 150 metres, she is a fair way back.
The holes averaging 4.2 across the championship. So you're right, slightly easier today at even par.
Good view back down the fairway to Woods.
Contact is pretty good, but that is starting to drift just a little bit too far right.
Well, just going to run through to the back of the green. No harm done. And that's a percentage play from Woods.
With the ball marker from Royal Canberra on the right side of her cap there.
Just the hair off the left. There's not much there.
Now Andrew Chuden is trying to talk Minjee Lee through this shot.
Just a nice distance here from Minjee. It's just on 105 metres. A little bit of cross breeze they've got on this hole at the moment, left to right. Just got to be a little bit careful coming in here because you do actually have the back of the bunker. You don't want to try and hit that. So nice smooth swing. Oh, it looks good. Just a little to the right of the flag.
Oh, terrific shot from Lee.
Another birdie in the offing.
Oh, you know she's playing well when she said, oh, I think I just leaked that right a bit. Not that far right. She's honing in on the target. She's going to keep on applying the pressure on Woods.
Now this shows the difference of what cutting off this corner does. Just 88 metres to the flag for
Wow.
Stacey Lee Bregman. Line is good.
Oh, and so too the results. She needs to find a strike here, Stacey Lee Bregman, just to remind her playing partners she's still about. And well, one of the hot players of the day, Belen Motho, is about to see if she can drain a 3 on the 18th. And Kate, you can talk through it. Peter Wilkins coming in shortly.
Well, what a finish this would be for Belen Motho. 7 under to here would be a round of 9 under should she sink this. Oh, very popular with golfing fans around the world. But that will be a tap-in for a birdie for the young player from Spain. And a superb round of 65, 8 under par. Out in 32, back in 33. That's her brother on the bag. Good combination that they are. And a very impressive final charge from Belen Motho to reach a tie for 5th as play stands. Wilco, Peter.
Kate,
This is very exciting.
Oh, it is indeed. A great battle developing too, and a couple of charges from out in the pack. Yanni Sen and Belen Motho. Well, she rode that home. It should have dropped. We might have a chat to her on air shortly, if possible.
I think we should. I think we should. Well, am I going to pop out and go and listen to that? And I'll pass you back to Jane.
Thanks, Kate. Yes, Belen Motho, terrific round. Thought Yanni might join her and be maybe 8 or 9 under par, but they were just a little bit too far back, I think, really, Peter, to stage any sort of a major charge at the actual lead.
That's right. You're really requiring the leaders to drop back. There have been a couple of casualties there, one in particular. This for a birdie. Maybe an unlikely one, but you never know. It's tough to get the line right from up on the brow of the green, and that will be for a par for Cheyenne Woods as we're right in the business end of this tournament. Par 3 11th, Camilla Lennart, hanging tough, going well, 10 under par.
She is hanging tough. That was a lovely birdie back on the previous hole. And a pretty easy hole location today. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought they might tuck that all the way back as we look at the resume of Camilla Lennart in 1988, and you know, some top 10s there on the Ladies European Tour, so certainly has the credentials. Terrific driver of the golf ball, led the stats on the European Tour for fairways in regulation.
And has been driving it well this week. All eyes, though, on Minjee Lee, the Australian amateur. Just to go to 13. It's a rare, well, it wasn't a pull, but maybe just a little slight misread. She gave it a charge. You might think one slipped by Minjee Lee with that putter working so beautifully this week. Only 4 bogeys, just one today, 4 bogeys across the length and breadth of the tournament. She's been very consistent, hits the ball straight, and has got that wonderful demeanour. Minjee Lee, and the card today highlighted by the hat-trick of birdies 6, 7 and 8, and beautiful shot making in there and mirroring a hat-trick she had just recently at the New South Wales Open. I think it was in the penultimate round too, to put her in the picture there, so she can get on those hot streaks.
And now Bregman, after that beautiful approach, can she get back within striking distance of the lead? Oh, yeah. And letting one get away in the reaction. She certainly wears a heart on her sleeve, doesn't she, Peter? And it's really my first look at this young lady playing golf, and a number of the players said, yeah, she's, you know, sometimes she's kind of gotten in her own way a little bit, perhaps overly emotional. Can she gather herself and make some birdies down the stretch? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we've got the full spectrum of demeanours, if you like, on the course today, haven't we?
Well, and it's always interesting, I think, to see the emotional makeup of players and how it affects their golf. I'm impressed with Cheyenne's demeanour. She's rolled along nicely. She's dug deep when she needed to yesterday. Now this is a par to remain at 13 under par. And I think after that drive, if she can make this, it's a pretty well-earned par.
Easily done. Will hold. Cheyenne Woods stays the leader after 10 holes, 13 under par, the leader by 1. It looks a battle in 2, but are there some emotional potholes? Is there some turbulence to occur? Now, Lennart came up a little bit short at the par 3 11th. Enough.
It's a pretty ordinary putt. Bit of work left to do there. And this is a very long green, Peter, about 32 metres long, and I'm surprised that they didn't put it back in the very back part of this green for this final round.
The leaderboard, Cheyenne Woods holding sway at 13 under par. Minjee Lee, that hat-trick of birdies, 6, 7 and 8 at 12 under. The battle continues at the Masters. And the players, a lot of them putting together good rounds so far today. Charlie Hull had that 3 under score today early on too, so she's maintained the equilibrium. Carolyn Headwall to 4 under par today, 6 under for the tournament. Jessica Corder making a bit of a surge too. And the Masters, these players playing for prize money, for placement and for form leading into the Australian Open. Sandy at the 11th tee, still those overcast skies.
It has not changed the whole time we've been out here. Very heavy overcast skies, cool breeze, perfect.
Now hole 11, and Jane talk us through this cheeky little number, the par 3.
Well, the front 9 only has 1 par 3, but the back 9, starting here with the 11th, has 3 par 3s. And this is the first one. Today it's playing 132 metres with the hole just on 14. The total that the players they've beaten this hole. I mean, 2.83, that's pretty good. And when the wind's not blowing, Peter, it's really not as demanding a hole as sometimes it can be when the wind's into them and off the left. So let's see if Camilla Lennart can pop this one in for a par after a pretty average first effort. Okay, snuck it in the side door, but that's okay.
Vital for her chances that she made that putt. Shot at the 11th tee. Technology is just rocking
it's
and
amazing,
rolling
isn't
forward, isn't it? Shoot a whole golf tournament on a mobile phone these days,
That's
or
right.
watch one.
Yeah, exactly. The lenses are amazing, high definition video. And you wonder what's going through their respective minds. One probably a little bit calmer than the other.
You can see just trying to remove the tension from the body before addressing the shot. You mentioned the trouble yesterday early on with those 5 bogeys, but today she's got it together.
Playing 132 metres this hole today, and that's starting to the right, moving to the left. It's only just a fraction short, but not disastrous.
I've seen so many players come up short here. I'm just amazed that they can't seem to pick the right club.
You see it time and time again, don't you, Jane?
Yeah.
And, the breeze is not up here so much today, and it's not directly into them. It's coming a little bit more from their right. So conditions are very good. And if you can see the flag, it's just hanging. So there's not much up at the green at all.
Yeah, the hole is just 5 paces off the left, so you really can't afford to miss it left. Ideally, start it out right centre of the green and just draw it back into that hole.
Yeah, that's more out to the right-hand side, coming into the flag if it's the right club. Oh, that's very nice.
Oh, well done, Minjee.
Applause for Minjee Lee. Another super iron shot to set up another birdie chance.
Well, let's have a look at this golf swing, coached by Richie Smith. Plays out of Royal Fremantle in Perth. Just a really lovely turn. Great torque. Doesn't turn her hips that much, but gets that great rotation with her upper body and then just drives down and through it. Just a really nice, balanced, fundamentally sound golf swing, producing shots just like that.
Stacey Lee Bregman trying to stay in the hunt. She's missed that opportunity at the last hole. Wants to put a good swing on this shot to the par 3.
Again, this is another really good-looking shot, similar to Minjee's. This is going to be close as well.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, just inside.
Anything you can do, I can do better. And she's going to need some more shots like that to chase Cheyenne. She's at 13 under. Stacey 4 shots behind going into this 11th hole. Starting to run out of time. She's going to have to put on the accelerator, that's for sure.
Well, it's not the match play situation,
Not
but
yet,
it almost is, isn't
no.
it? It's pretty close, Minjee Lee and Cheyenne Woods.
Yeah, well, when you're playing together, it starts to feel a little bit more like a match play situation. As we look at those scores underneath, you can pick your favourite player and see how they're doing.
And a lot of red figures today too, with the course
Playing a little bit easier.
Gentler.
Yep, yeah, a little bit gentler. I think the overcast conditions and the bit of drizzle we had this morning certainly softened the greens, taking the fire out of them. They started to get pretty slick and pretty crusty yesterday with the wind.
We'll focus well and truly on Minjee Lee, defending Australian Amateur Champion. She managed the defence of that, so a 2-time winner, won the US Girls Junior, actually beat Aria Jutanagan in the semi-final there. She's got a terrific pedigree, a couple of big wins in those amateur performances.
Yeah, she's ranked 5th in the amateurs in the world, so that's pretty impressive. And her compatriot Su Yan Oh finished 2nd here last year, so Golf Australia should be very proud of their national team. And she was a member of the Queen Sirikit winning team, which is played in Asia every year. Had the pleasure of playing in that once in my career, and it's a terrific experience. And here's a young lady that she knows how to win as well. She's won 30 amateur events before turning professional, Peter. So
prolific.
You know, both of these young ladies, they know what it takes to win. They just haven't done it on this sort of stage yet. Now for birdie, leaving the flag in. It's looking good if it has the legs.
It's a fine effort for the players over the past couple of days. In fact, for the 4 rounds of struggle getting the ball to the hole, it was a better effort on that occasion from the tournament leader, Cheyenne Woods, holding it together. Just before we see a massive putt from this young lady.
Sandy, pretty important putt, I think, at this point in the round. I think she really needs this one.
You're right, Jane, because we're getting to the closing stages, and as you know, you can go along for so long, but all of a sudden you start running out of holes, and I know she'd like to apply just a little bit more pressure to Cheyenne. That would have boosted Cheyenne picking up a birdie at that, not birdie at the last hole, at the one before. So it's going to be a real contest between these two, but Minjee just plays with just an extraordinary confidence. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's sort of effortless, isn't it? It seems so natural.
You'd think she was out just having a hit with her friends.
Right. Not much in this, Sandy?
No, not a lot. Jane doesn't want to give away the hole too much.
It wasn't her best stroke. It looked like she moved her head and shoulders just a whisker at impact there. She knows it wasn't her best.
Seemed a fairly straightforward putt, that she has to be satisfied with a par to stay at 12 under after 11 holes. It's again that bubbly demeanour so evident yesterday, particularly after she missed a small putt. She rebounded, no problem at all. Now again, Stacey Lee Bregman with another chance to stay in that battle at the top or get back in it. She's at 9 under, 4 behind. Missed an opportunity at the last hole.
Yeah, Peter, there are certainly, you know, enough holes. There are 3 par 5s, 3 par 3s on this back 9. So, you know, there are holes that you can make some good moves. This would be important, though, to get this one right now. It's for birdie.
Well, there's a straight pull off the blade.
Yeah,
unhappy.
Bit of a dodgy stroke there, I would say, Peter.
So 2 chances have slipped by for Stacey Lee Bregman. But she does remain in contention after 11 at 9 under par, 4 behind the leader, Cheyenne Woods. Now to tidy up. As for a par putt.
You've still got to give it respect, keep your head still, listen for it to go in.
Straight in, no problem. Woods remains the leader at the Ladies Masters. Yep, that'll do. Now 12, Min Sun Kim. As for a birdie at the par 5, 12th hole.
Just a little right to lefter. Oh, and sneaks it in the left corner.
And goes to 9 under par 2. So forging into the picture, Min Sun Kim. As we look at the leaderboard, the middle to latter stages of round 4 at the Ladies Masters. Cheyenne Woods at 13 under par holds the lead over the Australian amateur. Camilla Lennart still there. Min Sun Kim coming into the picture, the Korean. Stacey Lee Bregman at 9 under. And Belen Motho, what a stunning round. 8 under par, a 65 today.
Well, fresh off that stunning round of 65, Belen Motho has been good enough to join us in the studio. The lowest score of the weekend. That's incredible. And tomorrow they're going to rip the course up. You must be very disappointed.
Maybe 9 under next year.
Hey, perhaps, you never know. What made the difference today?
The putts. Yeah, I don't know. I started rolling them in. I did play fairly good this past few days, but I just couldn't really make a lot of putts, and I was striking them good. I was happy. I was positive. So I don't know.
Well, if we take a look at your card there we've got the on the front 9 there. You've got the 5 birdies. Did you have a favourite hole?
Yeah, you're gonna laugh. And I actually bogeyed that hole. It was 17. Well, it's because it's the closest to the park, and you can see all the dogs coming next to the fence, and they go pop their head and then go check it out and then leave. Yeah. So that was my favorite hole.
That was 16. On 18, you had a putt.
Oh, that was 16. Yeah, sorry.
You had a putt for eagle on the 18th. What happened there?
I misread it. I thought it was going to break harder, as you can see, and it did not. I thought it was going to, yeah. It's okay.
And then a tap in to give you a birdie there and give you that score of 65. Belen, nice pose there. Worked on that.
Say?
No, absolutely beautiful on the course and off, of course. Belen Motho with a score of 65 today. That must give you enormous confidence going into Melbourne next week.
It actually does, and I needed some like that because I went through a lot of swing changes with my coach, and everything was working, everything was as it's supposed to be, but I was not getting low scores, and I didn't want to get frustrated. I knew this year a lot of good things are going to happen, and I just didn't want to get anxious, and I think that's what happened at the beginning of my year in Bahamas and this couple first few rounds. But I'm happy, you know, everything is in the right place. I just have to let it loose and keep smiling and just have fun.
Now, we know that you have a lot of interests outside of golf. Have you ever thought about commentating or perhaps judging golf? Because we want you to have a look at...
I will nail that.
OK, let's have a look. We've got a shot here of Minjee Lee's, which we think might be contended for shot of the day. Talk us through.
What is this?
It's golf.
Are they on
Second
eighth?
shot at the 8th, yes.
Oh. Wow. Do I need to comment on that?
Are you awarding
She
that
was
shot
short.
of the day?
Come on.
Ooh, she's a hard marker. Bless. How has it been to see the young girls coming through like this? Minjee Lee's having an outstanding day too.
Yeah, but everywhere, young players, they're always kicking our butt. What can we do? I mean, the youngest you are, the better you play. That's what it looks like. I used to play really good too when I was that age. Too bad I was still in high school and not playing in professional tournaments.
You're doing all right today, Belen Motho. You've got your brother on the bag this tournament?
Yes, he's been on the bag for the last 2 years, and I don't think he's going nowhere.
All right, excellent. Well, his name is Jesus, yes, so Jesus in English, and on a Sunday, there's no one better to have on your bag. Go and celebrate with him. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Belen Motho. Let's go back out to the fairway and have a look at hole number 12.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find out I was 8th. They're so far behind. Jesus, I teed up.
Belen Motho. Oh, I thought you were going to commentate on the 12th hole for us, but Jane Crafter, you can talk us along this par 5
I'd be happy
here.
for her to commentate on this hole. This is a 501 metre hole, and it usually plays into a prevailing wind. Fairly generous fairway. Most of the players can't reach this hole in 2. They're going to have to make sure that they avoid that water on the left, lay up to a comfortable yardage. Today the hole's located 21 on and 5 off the left, so back in that left-hand corner of the green. But imperative to get a good drive away here, Sandy.
Yeah, very much so, Jane. It's a long way down there, and you just want to make sure you find the fairway, and Cheyenne Woods is going to do exactly that. This is good. This is what she needs on these closing holes. She's got to keep driving well.
Now, the same hole, further up the fairway.
You want to put that camera
Going
away,
to head up there. A bit of an instruction on the tee. Cameras. Keep them silent, out of the way. Camilla Lennart's third shot.
Here's a good view of where that hole is positioned on the green. It's going with a little low skip and a run.
One of the
that's
strengths of the
judged
game.
well. Tremendous shot from the young Swede.
And a super chance for birdie to get to 11 under. It's tightening up. Minjee Lee, one behind.
Breeze is down here at the moment, so not affecting the hole too much. And well, Cheyenne was down the right-hand side on the fairway, but this has split it perfectly.
Oh, lovely solid shot there from the young amateur. Cheyenne's very long, but I tell you what, Minjee, for her size, she can get it out there as well. Now Bregman.
Well, there'll certainly be frustrations missing a couple of short putts for birdie on the last 2 holes for Stacey Bregman. She is seriously running out of holes. Now this one started right, and it's not coming back. It's going to be well into the rough on the right-hand side.
Yeah, she's starting to look even more anxious than usual. Tightening up, starting to swing a little bit too quickly. That transition nowhere near as smooth as it has been.
And the lie, that'll be a concern as we venture forth to Alison Whittaker. Birdie putt.
Unfortunately not having anywhere near as good a day as she had yesterday. Disappointing.
Oh.
But there, that might make her feel a little bit better, Peter.
Some restoration for Alison Whittaker, and that smile, the bubbly exuberance coming forth again. 4 under. And we'll just check that leaderboard again. You might have joined us, come in from your own golf. Cheyenne Woods leading the way as she did at the start of the day. Minjee Lee, her closest pursuer at 12 under par, Camilla Lennart, a putt to go to 11 under. Min Sun Kim, a sensational round going as well, up to 9 under. Stacey Lee Bregman, 9 under. Helen Motho, the round of the tournament, 65. So Young Lee, 8 under. And Yani Sen, a super round as well. We've headed on down and a little bit of the high veld grasses underfoot. Hailing from Johannesburg, she'll be able to clean this out of here.
Managed to keep that very low under the bushes, and that's actually out pretty well.
Yeah, that's a good layup, good positioning. It's not a hole that you can reach into, so not as important to hit as good of a drive as perhaps some other holes. As we watch Lennart now, can she negotiate this one in?
Oh, it's a poor putt.
Yeah, a little bit of an early head move there as well. That is the weaker part of her game.
And the expectation would have been to hole a putt like that to give her a springboard. She waits for a little while over this tiddler. Obliges. Slightly disappointing par for Camilla Lennart. Remains at 10 under par. Back to Minjee Lee, centre of the fairway.
150 metres for Minjee, and look, this is just too easy for her. Beautiful smooth swing, put it perfectly down the right-hand side.
Hasn't quite gotten over that little tongue of rough, but looks like it's sitting pretty well. A lot of green to work with, Sandy. Now Woods.
Cheyenne's virtually the similar distance, just on that right-hand side. Again, good, solid contact, and this will just put her, you know, nice position in front of the green to wedge it in.
Yeah, she's worked with her coach, Mike LeBeau, in Phoenix since she's 11 years old, so she knows how to fix her swing when it goes awry, but I haven't seen too many poor shots from Cheyenne. She's really striking it very nicely today.
Yeah, no cracks in the armour.
No. I mean, she'd love to have been a bit more under par, but, you know, it's a pretty tight bunch there.
Very tight indeed. And there's the winner going to come from the top two, Woods and Lee. Or is there going to be a surge? Can Bregman get back on the horse? Camilla Lennart still there. She's been niggling around all day. It's all before us in the Ladies Masters. Magnificent aerial view of the water. Well, it's all going to change. Jane, what do you think of those changes?
Oh no, I think the golf course does need a refresh, that's for sure. It's going to be interesting to see what Graham Marsh does, and we'll look forward to coming back next year, and it'll be a whole new ball game. No more local knowledge, Peter.
New course record on the table.
That's right. Now let's see what Stacey Bregman has ahead of her here, Sandy.
Jane, if you
apart
can
from
hear
the
me over
birds.
all these gorillas.
I know.
Goodness, they're loud. 108 metres to the flag. And not a breath of wind at the moment. It's really dropped. Contact is good. It's just drifting away to the left side a little bit though, and there's water over there.
Holds up safely. Just for a fleeting moment, you might have thought she'd lost it over that little hillock. Disappointed with the outcome.
And for our friends overseas, these are in the cockatoo family, the corellas. They don't have a sulphur crest on top of their heads, but I tell you what, they love eating pine cones. And they get very excitable about this time of the day.
Great theatre, great backdrop to the action.
.55 to the front here from Minjee, just coming out of the light rough. It's looking very promising.
Oh, what a shot from Minjee Lee. Another delightful example of her iron play.
Oh, it's bringing a smile to my face. And that was not easy to judge out of the rough. She allowed for the lack of spin, and it just sort of trundled up there. Very, very nicely judged. All right, Cheyenne, over to you.
Yeah, just a few paces ahead. She's just over 70 metres, Cheyenne. This is where it really starts. The pressure is on right now. These two now going head-to-head. Now, that is on the line.
Oh, top shot.
Well played as well from Cheyenne Woods, the 23-year-old up against the 17-year-old. Thrust and parry in the final round of the Ladies Masters. And Camilla Lennart still within striking range.
Teeing off on 13, which is played so far as the hardest hole. 4.30 is its average. And funnily enough, 18 has played as the easiest hole. 4.00 is a par 5. It's funny, I bet if you said it was a par 4, the average would be higher.
Absolutely. Now at the 13th, up near the green, this is the third shot, so she's come up short on this long par 4. She's got it moving well. Oh, that's a fine effort. Has that to remain at 9 under par 4 from the lead. Now we're back at the 12th hole again, and you can see the crowd gathering surrounding this final group. A lot of people filtering into the course today. They spread out a bit, but there'll be concertinaing at the business end. 16, 17 and 18 all around this group. You can see the position of Bregman. She's probably got a pretty good line on this. It has the pin out.
Yeah, it's very makeable, this putt. It's not that far away, but she must feel like it's a lot further away when she's watching her playing partners here going head-to-head, and she's dropping away a little bit, but she's just got to try and collect. If she can pick up 2 or 3 birdies in these last 7 holes, she could apply a little pressure herself.
Sandy, it just appears that her rhythm has gone slightly.
Yeah,
she's
very
getting
much so, Jane, I think. She's
getting quick through the top.
She's a little rattled. She's frustrated.
Yeah, just getting quick through the top, and when you do that, it's very easy to pull shots, and that's been her miss so far today. Sometimes you can want something too much, and that's where it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic between Minjee Lee and Cheyenne. Minjee, I'm sure, would love to win. They all would love to win. The different personalities and different ways of going about it.
Absolutely. Stacey Lee Bregman holds out and leaves the stage to the leader and the chaser, closest chaser. 2 very makeable putts, and it's going to be Woods to go first.
I think the impressive thing from Cheyenne Wood was actually yesterday. I thought she may have had a bad one yesterday when she started off a little rough, a little nervous, but well, she certainly got it together and came home strong, and showed an awful lot about this young lady. So she is right in the mix here with this short putt to add another birdie.
Oh, lovely stroke, never a doubt. Great view from our cameraman there.
Cheyenne Woods vaults to 14 under par, and now it's over to the young Australian to see if she can match that birdie to stay within 1. So Minjee Lee with that hat-trick of birdies at 6, 7 and 8. A wonderful iron shot from close range. She now lines this putt up. It looks pretty straightforward, maybe right inside. Easy stroke, beautifully in.
This is fun.
13 under.
This is fun to watch.
And so is the body language as well, as they eke further away from the rest of the field. Now the difference is 4 between Woods and Lennart, and 5 between another couple of chasers in Kim and Bregman, and Lee just 1 behind. So it does look like the definitive match play situation at the top. Cheyenne Woods, 14 under par, 2 under today. Minjee Lee, keeping her honest, certainly at 13 under, 3 under today. Just the one aberration to go with 4 birdies. That bogey at the second. Camilla Lennart at 10 under has missed a chance or two. Min Sun Kim might be just a little bit too far back at this stage, but you never know. And further down to a couple of the big rounds today. Yani Sen, one of them. 7 under par, a 66. Trish Johnson to the 13th hole, a second shot.
And Trish just having a bit of a shocker today. I'm sure very disappointed in her play so far. It's a nice shot.
That'll help.
She needs to right the ship, get a few more birdies coming in. She and caddy Marty Lunn. Marty's sister Karen is the executive director of the Australian Ladies Professional Golf now, so very well-known duo. And Camilla's going to have to put her skates on to catch Cheyenne and Minjee.
She's got a beautiful, fluent swing. I'm a little concerned, but that's a fine shot. And in birdie range again. She likes this 13th hole. She's eyed it down well for a couple of days. Back on the tee, shaping up. Sandy.
Slight bit of gusty breeze blowing into them. I mean, this is notoriously a tough hole. You've got water on the right-hand side, although it's not a lot to get past that, but the bunker on the left is the one you've got to avoid. 217 metres to get into it. It's certainly in play, but it's always been a tough hole. You've got to get it on the fairway because the green also has a couple of levels. It is the most undulating green on the golf course.
It's a reasonably wide fairway about where that bunker starts. And smart play from Cheyenne without too much wind here, going with the 3-wood.
Yeah, that's good contact. That's just going straight down the centre. As you said, Jane, good play.
No dramas, just on the right side. Probably a good angle to come in today. The pin in its position.
Now Minjee, by contrast, going with the driver here, Sandy.
Well, I can't see any reason why not, because she has been driving incredibly well, and you know, she has full confidence in it.
Minjee Lee away down the centre. Smokes another one perfectly.
Yeah, that's ideal. Holes located on the left side, just 9 on, so pretty accessible pin position there today.
Now, I'm sure Stacey Lee Bregman at this stage is feeling like the third wheel. It has been a struggle for her. Yeah, contact is good. Just go down the right-hand side a little bit. The rough does come out a little bit, but that looks okay.
Yeah, just skirting the edge of it. That should be all right.
Fine
Slightly
position.
better rhythm there, Peter. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Oh, you can see her fighting with it, just trying to put a really good swing on the ball. She's got that methodical process before each shot, and she really works on getting right through the shot. Now, Trish Johnson for a much-needed birdie. 8 to 4 under. Started at 8. Oh, come on.
There you go. Tried to sneak out. Well done.
Well done. And the smile back on the face. 5 under par.
She's got a very wry sense of humour, does Trish Johnson. Those two have a pretty good time on the golf course.
And a bit of a sighter for Camilla Lennart. Now, if she is to stay in proceedings, you'd say she has to make this putt.
Yeah, it should just break slightly from left to right, as we saw Trish Johnson's. The left-hand low grip.
Didn't actually like golf when she first started. She's put into a summer camp by her dad up Lakeside near Stockholm, and she liked the socialising, but then kept working at it. There's a shot of the grip. There's the light touch.
That's a good stroke. Well done.
Holds out well, does Camilla Lennart, to stay in the picture. She goes to 11 under par. Sandy, you're looking a picture yourself today. The bright, is that an orange or somewhere between orange and yellow?
Just take a little look at where these shots are. This is the ball of Cheyenne Woods right here. Now, if she elected to take the 3-wood off the tee, it's left her 164 metres from the pin. But if we go all the way up here, you can actually see what a difference it makes if you want to go with the driver, because the other two players are almost up with the red dot, and the red dot up near the bunker is 115 there, both around 125 from the front of the green, and add 9 from there. So it does make a serious difference.
So was that an error, do you think, Sandy?
Pardon?
Was that an error, do you think, from Woods?
No, I just think it's a tight hole. It's a hole that some players do struggle with, and she just, I think, elected. I've watched her a lot the last couple of days, and the one thing that can go a little straight is the driver. Has left herself an awful long way back, though.
To be fair, though, Sandy, you know, it's pretty open green there. I mean, the flag is not tucked like it was yesterday. I think if the flag had been tucked behind the bunker, she might have opted to take it on off the tee a little more.
Yeah, agree with you, Jane. And the all-important thing on this hole is to make the fairway.
Going with the rescue. It sounded a little heavy.
It sounded a little heavy. It's just turning over a little bit. Might pick up the left side of the green. Going to come up a little bit short.
Yeah. Wasn't the best contact there.
So the door opens just a fraction for Minjee Lee and perhaps Camilla Lennart. But of course she can chip in, as she did from the bunker a couple of days ago. Cheyenne Woods was a wonderful shot from close range. As the birds enjoying the Royal Pines as much as the players, or probably more than the players at the moment. Now can Stacey Lee Bregman 0-1 in close?
Well, in contrast, she's 30 metres closer, so at 135 to the flag. Hardly a breath of breeze. Started to the right of the flag, trying to draw back, not coming back enough. It's going to be fairly wide.
Yeah, not the best from that distance. I think she would have expected it to be within about 15, 20 feet would have been a reasonable shot.
Now, perfect position and perfect lie for Minjee Lee. She's 131 from the flag. Nothing in between her and that flag stick, so good view of it.
Yeah, and a good opportunity to, if she could get one in tight, really put some pressure.
Caught that little thin, Jane, and she's turned it over a little bit. This is moving a little left.
Yeah, that wasn't the best rhythm. That wasn't her best swing.
What's
So there's a little anxiety in that one. It's all right, she's not perfect. Who is? Yeah, oh, here we go. She said she was in between clubs, which is very interesting. Probably tried to hit that one a little bit harder and kind of lost her rhythm on that one, Peter.
It's not a bad result. And we're watching the scores at the bottom of the screen. Bregman, look for your favourite player. They'll trawl through. Chella Choi building up to the Australian Open. Laura Davies, a great round going, finished 4 under. Still tracking the world, playing the game she loves.
Yeah, she's an inspiration. She's won this event 3 times. Now So-Yeon Lee, a Korean amateur. Good, solid young player. My friend Nancy Harvey played with her the first couple of days and was very impressed with her ability.
Now we're back to the 13th hole as this drama develops in the final round of the Ladies Masters. Cheyenne Woods in front of the green, needing a deft touch to get up and down. She can hold it, of course. It's not out of the script.
I know she played a lovely little chip and run, didn't she, on 18 yesterday to leave herself a tap-in birdie. Good touch around the greens. Pretty good lie. Shouldn't be any problem, Sandy. Oh, we've lost Sandy. No problem. Just landed on the front of the green. Got about 9 paces to work with. Okay. Yep, that's all right. Shouldn't be much problem left for par there for Cheyenne.
About a 9.5 for Cheyenne.
I'll tell you what, just a very composed young lady, handles the press, handles the media extremely well. And could that be? She has a degree in communications from Duke University. She had a stellar amateur career there. She won a couple of tournaments on the collegiate circuit, was 2-time All-American, which means a lot as a college player over there. That means that you are among the best players in the college circuit.
And it's a big part of the game these days, isn't it? With all the social media in operation and the way you present yourself to the followers, yep, and to the world. You've got to be out in the front foot too to sell yourself a little bit. She doesn't have any problem doing that.
Now Minjee Lee, she has finished her schooling this year, as we heard from her at the beginning of the telecast, and is going to go touring all over the country. It looks like Stacey Lee Bregman is going to be away first, so Minjee Lee's turn in a minute. This putt of Stacey's, Peter, is one that she's going down a little bit of a ridge. It should start to pick up some speed and then turn to the left at the end. Wasn't as fast as she thought, perhaps. Left herself at awkward distance now.
At the 14th hole, meanwhile, Camilla Lennart, the par 3, 154 metres. Precise shot required to get it in range of the pin. Leave it out to the right.
It's always been a pretty firm green to hold. Oh, she's judged that very well. She's really hit some terrific shots.
A yard left of it, little feed right.
Minjee Lee. Oh, so close. Well, she might have been unhappy with the second shot, but she nearly holed it from off the green a la yesterday. Taps in for par and remains at 13 under. Just one shot from the lead. Cheyenne Woods has a bit of a knee knocker, a short putt for a par. It's a bit longer than it first did from her position.
Yeah, these are the sorts of putts at this point in the proceedings that you're really going to have to focus on. Don't take them for granted. Give them due diligence.
To be firm, left inside. Well holed. Good putt to remain in the lead for Cheyenne Woods. 14 under par. One in front of Minjee Lee and Camilla Lennart. It seems to be a battle in 3, or is it 2? Stacey Lee Bregman now has this putt to stay in the hunt, if she is at the moment. 9 under par, has missed a couple of chances. This just has to go in.
Yeah, just inside right edge and nice and firm. Okay, well done.
Stacey Lee Bregman holds out to remain at 9 under par as we enter the final stages of a tense Ladies Masters from the Royal Pines course. Cheyenne Woods holding sway at 14 under par. One in front of Minjee Lee at 13 under. Camilla Lennart at 11 under. And then the chasers at 9, Min Sun Kim and Stacey Lee Bregman. Belen Molfo with the round of the day. Yani Sen with a superb 7 under 66 today. Well, a short time ago, Quentin Hull spoke to the local member, the member for Surfers Paradise, the Minister for Education, Training and Employment, John Paul Langbrook, and asked him what it's like to have the PGA and the Masters on your doorstep at Royal Pines.
Well, there's certainly a lot to be thankful for in tourism here at the Gold Coast and in Queensland, and you're right, to have both of those tournaments here at the Royal Pines, and we really want to thank Bob Toohey, who's brought this event here for 25 years, but then to take it to the next level, having the men's event here, of course, late last year, and then, of course, the rebuild that I know we've heard Graham Marsh talking about is going to set this off even more perfectly for the future.
And this weekend we've had a young Australian, one of the most famous surnames in world golf, go around as well. So as far as a local result and an international result, it seems like it's been a charmed ride for people to get to look at this place with interest.
Well, I know that people are very keen to see, of course, whether Cheyenne Woods can win, but of course it'd be great to have an Australian win. But most importantly, it really does reinvigorate the game and the whole region for getting people interested in coming to the Gold Coast and coming to see all the wonderful things that we have to offer here in Queensland.
And how's your golf game? I wonder whether the locals are going to like the fact it's being made harder for the pros around this place. We're all really looking forward to seeing what Graham Marsh is going to do here.
Well, I know that he certainly has a lot planned. It's always been a great resort course for people like me who are amateurs. There were always the bailouts on the right if you were a bit of a slicer, and that's not going to be the case anymore. They've done a lot here with the tee boxes and things like that to make it more challenging. But look, I think it's appropriate that they do a lot to improve it, and that's why the PGA, both men's and the LPGA for women's, want to make sure that it stands the test of time in terms of improvement in technology, and that's what the game of golf has always had to do to keep up with what's happening with technology.
Minister John Paul Langbrook with Quentin Hull. Always good to see the politicians out and about at the sporting events, particularly the women's sporting events too. And the vista prevailing from the heights looking over Royal Pines. Next year that's going to be a vastly different shot. We're watching the board scroll down, find your favourite player as we enter the final phases of the Masters.
Yeah, it's always been a fantastic view. I'm very blessed this week. That's my view from my hotel room, looking over Surfers Paradise. Not bad, is it?
Jane, you were
not from quite that
straw.
high. Not from quite that high, but still. Oh, now this is the short straw right here for Alison Whittaker. Tough shot. Having to grip it down onto the steel. She's done it well. Good job, Alison.
A wonderful shot. That's the one that every club golfer wonders exactly how to play it and how much to give it with the feet well below the ball.
It's very easy to pull that one left. And she did pretty darn well.
Trish Johnson. I'll leave Trish for the moment. Now, this is Min Sun Kim, the Korean, who has hit it into the water at 15. So her hopes, you'd have to say, drowning here. She's taking a drop.
Yeah. And it's interesting, this hole is played as the second easiest hole, but curiously enough, it's been the hardest fairway to hit in regulation. I was looking through the stats this morning. Only 41% of the people have hit the fairway. Zip back to watch Trish Johnson now on 14, see if she can go up and over this little ridge into the hole. It hasn't been a good day for Trish. She knew she missed that one right away, and it's never really easy, that hard to tell with Trish. She plays a bit like Laura, you know, she's very, very quick. You know, and some days it goes well and some days it doesn't. Today, not so good. A big putt now for Lennart. Which is a very nice approach shot here to the par 3. I'd say about 15 feet. Should come slightly from right to left, but the grain is going the other direction, so not a lot of break here. powered it right through it, didn't it?
Well, it was a bold putt, Lennart. She knows that something has to happen and she has to keep holding the birdies, perhaps a little over-exuberant. Camilla Lennart, still a little bit of work to do. Now, after that fine approach, Whittaker to hole out for a par. If you turn the clock back a day and a bit with that wonderful round. And well holed for Whittaker. And the arm in the air, yes! 3 under after 14.
Clearly hasn't been a good day on the greens for the young Victorian.
Maybe a little bit of guitar action tonight. She likes a bit of guitar and a bit of cooking. Now, that's what happens when you've got your work done. Trish Johnson taking it easy for the moment to appreciate Camilla Lennart with the short par putt to stay at 11 under.
Yeah, Trish has a few years on these two girls, so taking a bit of a rest while you can. Well done, Camilla.
Camilla Lennart holds out to stay at 11 under par. It's a battle in 3 in the closing stages of the Australian Ladies Masters. Camilla Lennart, the 25-year-old Swede. She once shot 66 in a British Open. Can she hold sway, or is it going to be Minjee Lee, the 17-year-old Australian amateur? A hat-trick of birdies has put her right in the hunt. Cheyenne Woods, the niece of Tiger, in the lead. The closing stages of the Australian Ladies Masters. Cheyenne Woods, the leader on the 14th, a par 3.
Playing 156 metres today, hole in the centre, 19 on. And a firm green it is, so players thinking they must land it probably about 5 to 10 paces short and just let the breeze and the roll just take it all the way up there. Now Lee.
156 metres, breeze helping them. This again is just left of the flag, moving a little further left. It'll find the green.
Could be a little bit tricky from that position.
Can't see really where the ball's finished. And she'll be okay there. It'll be a little bit of a challenge, but now Bregman. See if the South African can make any kind of charge coming in, Sandy.
Breeze just fluctuating a little bit here from directly behind to swinging around a little right to left. Just picking up a little bit now as she's over the ball. Needs a good one here. It's got to make some birdies. This looks good. It's coming back towards the flag. Just a little short though, light on for distance.
Yeah, probably needed one more club.
Now we saw the trials and tribulations of Min Sun Kim. This is going to be her 3rd shot with the 1 penalty.
Interesting interlocking grip there.
She's given it a ride into the bunker and out again. So she'll be playing a 4th to the green. Now Jessica Corder started in fine style in this tournament. Been a little bit indifferent. This for birdie though.
Yes, well done, Jess.
A couple of holes to play, including the 18th to 7 under. So she can go into that Australian Open. What a tournament that was. The year she won the 6-way playoff. Sandy, how are those balls placed on the par 3?
Yeah, not too bad at all down here. This is the ball of Minjee Lee just over here. We thought it might have rolled up a little further up onto the bank, but it's not too bad. The bank will play a small part, giving a little bit of left to right, but pretty clear putt in. And then Stacey Lee Bregman down there has to deal with the slope that does run away from left to right on this green, and good position for Cheyenne Wood. She's got a really...
Thanks, Sandy. We're going to say goodbye to Jane Crafter for the moment. She'll be back for the closing moments, and welcome Kate Burton as we see these players approaching their shots. And I'm going to vacate the chair for Quentin Hull as the tournament reaches a dramatic conclusion.
Oh, Peter, what an exciting back nine. This is proving to be hardly anything in it at all with our top players. One shot separating Cheyenne Woods from Minjee Lee. So much to play for, some really challenging holes on this back nine. Quentin also back in the box. And, you know, you can't really go with any player right now.
Do you think it's an advantage to both of them that they're both pretty new to this scenario?
Yes. I certainly do. I mean, they are fully aware of the situation.
They could be playing with Kari Webb or Laura Davies or Yanni Singh right now.
Yes, it's a shame that you know, Kari Webb isn't here this weekend, but they have earned their place in the final group.
Just
they have played some
experienced names out there. Yeah. It's a different scenario. Most players in this position have got that seasoned professional to try and battle against.
But as we are seeing more and more of at big Ladies European Tour events, ALPG events, there are more and more young golfers coming into the fray. And the younger they are, the more experienced they are these days. Their access to technology and equipment makes them good at a very young age, which in the times of Laura Davies, Trish Johnson, that wasn't so much the case. Classic example is this player here, Minjee Lee, birdie putt from just off the green.
To be right there, but looks like she should take her three. Now Min Sun Kim has been one making a move. Very striking golf attire. I'm sure our viewers on J Golf in Korea will be interested to see yet another fine performance from the myriad of top golfers coming out of that country. Now back to Bregman on 14.
Yes, you have to say the Far East grip on women's golf is particularly strong. But here's Bregman, birdie putt. Oh, looking good. Oh! What a fist pump indicating the significance of this. She's not out of it. Let's have another look at this putt. Slight left to right break from her angle. Superb.
Got the A-grade roll.
Dropped in the side of the cup, but she poured it out from the middle. And that will buoy her confidence, moves her to 10 under par in 4th place.
Now Woods. To go to 15 under.
Oh, left it in the jaws as well. That was right on line. With a couple more rolls.
So she'll remain at minus 14. And let's go back to Min Sun Kim, trying to save par. The par 5, 15th. This could basically end her charge. She doesn't find a good one here. Oh, what a putt. What a putt from Min Sun Kim.
What an up and down. Certainly worth another look at this putt. Had to come down the ridge. It was going to be pretty slick from where she was standing. See how happy the caddy was.
Great jubilation greenside. So 3 to play for Min Sun Kim. Now here's Minjee Lee to take care of business, and she indeed pars on the 14th. So the last group has 4 holes to play. Right at the death of the 2014 Ladies Masters. And it seems this one-on-one battle pretty much evolved late on the front nine is going to see us home. Will it be Cheyenne Woods of the United States or the Australian 17-year-old from Western Australia, Minjee Lee? It's Woods by 1 with 4 to play. Camilla Lennart, 3 from the lead. Stacey Lee Bregman's in the last group, 4 back. And here are the others that have had a good weekend here at Royal Pines. But it's Woods and Lee who will engage us down the last phases of this Sunday at the 2014 Ladies Masters at Royal Pines. And now we dissect every element of the closing holes. This is 15.
Very birdieable hole, the 15th. They have moved the tee back. It has been forward in the past, but it's playing 480 metres. A number of players will be able to get home in 2 as long as you get a good drive away. And it's a rather narrow landing area because of that lagoon, which is 215 metres from the tee. Fair few players have ventured into there, but if you get a good drive down the middle of the fairway, and then you give yourself an extremely good opportunity of getting home in 2. As you can see, it is playing underneath its par, 4.77. Surprising not to see any eagles today. There have been some during the week, but 16 birdies. You really can see a 2-shot swing here, potentially. It's our final group stand on the tee, waiting for the group ahead of them to clear.
And Sandy, this hole playing easier today than it has all week. 4.7 today, about 4.9, so it's been under par all tournament.
Couple of it.
Just getting you keen to play.
Oh, just may have
getting
lost
sounds like
Sandy
she's got
there.
the hiccups.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have the hiccups, Kate. Sorry about that.
Tune back in.
As I was saying, a couple of areas on this hole that you really must stay away from. One is that little lagoon on the left-hand side. It is right in play. Of course, the big feature here years ago was the big Moreton Bay fig that covered half the fairway, halfway down down on the right-hand side. Well, that's had to be trimmed back over the years to save it. And beautiful tree still, but doesn't inflict on the play quite as much. So if they can avoid those 2 things, this is reachable, and it's a big chance for birdie.
Sandy, I've been intrigued to see a number of players have gone with fairway woods and hybrids off the tee and still come to a watery end. It's a very demanding tee shot.
Not a lot of room there, Kate. It's not wide, and of course the trees down the right-hand side have grown a lot over the last few years, and they're just scattered enough to be a nuisance. Stacey Lee Bregman, after coming with that brilliant birdie, gee, she's waited a long time for that today.
Bregman away on 15.
That's in a good position. It's a little left, but nowhere near the pond, so that's absolutely perfect.
She's certainly shown us that driver. She's really thump it down there, but just the mental part of the game perhaps has been the question today.
She's a 7-time karate champion in South Africa as well. So
hope she's not taping this. I didn't mean it, Stacey.
Oh, now that's going way right. It's okay. It's landed to the left-hand side of the trees, but she's got trees in front of her about sort of 50 yards down the fairway, which might be a little bit of a problem.
Yes, you won't be able to see the green from where her tee shot has ended up, but it is a par 5.
And no doubt Minjee Lee has just tried to get that out of the brain, think about my own shot. But the opportunity there for the Australian now.
Minjee started that left. That's also coming right down this.
Oh, yeah, she's gone into similar territory, but not as tight a line to that tree line on the right, but in the rough. And now Lennart needs to find something pretty special to jump back into calculations here. 3 from the lead. Their approach here. Oh, it didn't release.
Nope, never really going to from that lie. A bit too much action, needed a few more yards on that wedge.
We watched a lot of the American Katie Burnett yesterday. Here she is on 16. Oh, and drains a long birdie putt. So she's at 3 under. Not the greatest of weekends for her after being among the fight yesterday.
She vaulted into contention after her 2 excellent rounds on Thursday and Friday, but it really is a different ball game come the weekend. Now Sandy is down there on the 15th fairway.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the lies of these 3 players. This is the ball of Minjee Lee. Actually, it's laying okay. She's got a reasonable look at the flag. However, she is 200. Then we'll walk way over here. Now, this is the ball of Cheyenne Woods. A lot tighter on the line, but sitting down a lot as well. Now, that ball is 237 from the front of the green, but if we just pan around, you'll see there's some difficult trees just in front of her up there, so she'll have to contend with those. The one that's got the realistic chance, though, is Stacey Lee Bregman, way over the other side there, just about 225 metres from the green, and she's in perfect position to open that shot up.
Yes, position A for Bregman. And 240-odd metres for the 3 players. So it's a long way back. Breeze normally helps here. That's the prevailing direction of the wind. But while we wait for the players on 15, we can jump ahead now to the 16th tee.
And Min Sun Kim needs to finish spectacularly. 9 under and 5 from the lead with 3 to play.
Great shot. Get in there. Get up. Get up. Nice shot. Yeah, good shot.
Chasing, chasing. That's another birdie opportunity. Terrific save of the previous hole. The Gold Coast skyline in the background and all the scores at the bottom of screen as we take that high-perched view of the wonderful Gold Coast here at Royal Pines.
What a great facility it is. I'm fortunate to come here over a number of years, and it's an absolute joy to come back here. Great place to go. I still haven't mastered surfing. I've got to, you're going to have to give me a lesson, I think, in that. I'll stick to golf.
I'm not the one to give you a lesson in surfing.
But it really is a terrific venue, and next year it's just going to get even better with the remodelling of the golf course, and they're making improvements to the resort as well.
Well, a lot of our viewers may not be aware that this is now the home of the Australian men's PGA event that was so triumphantly won by Adam Scott, who was well claimed as a local in these parts and pretty much grew up here despite being born in Adelaide. But gee, that was something when he came back with the green jacket late last year and at his first tournament in his own backyard was able to win. It was a great start for what was a great summer for him, barring 18 at Royal Sydney in the Australian Open when Rory McIlroy stopped him claiming the Triple Crown.
Now here's Minjee Lee surveying the land, assessing what's lying before her and the green.
It is a long way out, Kate. You know, you're talking 40 metres for Minjee to get it to the front of this green, but there is a breeze. There is a bit of run up there, but if she can just get it in the front here, she'll be more than happy.
So 240 metres for Minjee Lee. Just wonder if that tuft of grass behind the ball is going to interfere with her backswing. Doesn't look like it will do.
Just might sweep it as she goes back, but she's a good distance in front of that. It's okay. Contact is good. She's just got that going down the left-hand side. I think she's hoping to slide that back a little bit. Hopefully it'll stay on the fairway.
It's chasing out to the rough. So only the very light rough, but still looks like it's lying okay.
Cheyenne Woods just going with the iron here. That's good. That's just nice and high over those trees. They were a problem to her. If she went to the left of them, she could have well run out of fairway with the wood.
You can see she's taken a medicine there, well behind the second shot of her main rival. To explore what's going on in the mind of Woods as we get back to the Swede. Camilla Lennart needs this to start a almost 11th hour charge. Breaking, but not enough. Oh, it sat on the edge and nearly tippled in at the last moment. But doesn't matter whether it's 1 millimetre, it still counts as one. And she remains at 11 under. 3 to play, 3 from the lead.
Well, Bregman is waiting for the green to clear, and she's a powerful player. She's certainly got the distance to go there, to reach.
Well, this is the, I suppose, joker in the pack. She bangs this on, can somehow snare a 3 here. Wouldn't that just... basically, since 7 or 8, she hasn't really been a part of the main story.
Well, if you look at the top, you'd have to go down the leaderboard quite a long way to the... If you look to the top 17 players on the leaderboard, or actually even further, the top 26 players on the leaderboard, all of them are under par, apart from Stacey Lee Bregman today. She just haven't been at sea with her golf game somewhat, but a great opportunity here to make amends.
234 metres to the flag. Clear view, no bunkers in her way. She'll need to get it to run. No, she's tried to force out a little bit and just lost it out to the right-hand side.
Oh, but it's skipped out of the bunker fortuitously. You could see in the swing she was giving that everything. She's gone par, birdie, par on 15 so far this week.
That's always the worry when you do try and hit it too hard. You just spin out of it that little bit quickly, lose your timing, and it leaks to the right. Birdie putt now for Min Sung Kim at 16.
That doesn't go down, so she'll remain at 9 under and in outright 5th position.
Well, a player who is really compiling a fabulous score out on the golf course is this player, Carolyn Headwall. 6 under par right now. This is for a birdie at the 18th. Never in doubt. And so a round of 66. 34 out and 32 back. Ooh.
So she finishes now tying with Kim, and there's just a bit of maintenance needing to be done here at 15.
Well, it looks like they're just repairing the cup.
Well,
maybe,
it might have been, yeah.
Maybe there is David Santos from the Ladies European Tour. Sometimes players can pitch obviously very close to the hole, so he's just going to make sure that it is as it should be.
Oh, just not the kind of delay that you want when you're about to play an important stroke on the brink of your first professional victory or major breakthrough. Andrew Shooten, who's playing in Toowoomba next week, is on the bag of Min Ji Lee. Himself a very fine golfer. He spent most of his time in Japan over the last 6 or so years. Or Korea, should I say.
Brad checkers. I think Stewie does, and then also Brad.
Doesn't look like they're talking about golf there, well, even though she's got the yardage book out.
That's quite some pitch mark that David Santos is fixing. But got to be done.
And not much communication between Cheyenne Woods and her caddy, who had the bag last week in Auckland. Not the regular caddy of Cheyenne Woods is Will Swift of Yorkshire. But he's been with her. He was out in the absolute howling wind and rain at the Pro-Am on Wednesday. Horrendous conditions. But Woods stuck it out and played in the worst of the conditions the day before the tournament. So it's been much kinder since then. And well, Sandy's going to have a look. What's going on?
What's going on, guys? Well, we think the those lively little corellas that love to make so much noise have actually come in and damaged the hole. So we just got a little repair work here. They've just pulled the edges of it up. So just got to bang it down gently.
Yes, because, wow, I haven't seen that happen on a golf course for a while. So players can't bring their own bricks out to repair the ground. Well, meanwhile, while we wait for repairs to be undertaken on the 15th hole, we're going to go ahead now to the 16th tee with the Swede Camilla Lennart.
3 behind, 3 to play.
So hard to hold this green. Always scuttles on through to the back. This is where the big hitters, the ones that can come in with a lofted club, have a distinct advantage.
Well, renovations complete on the 15th green.
Of course, getting a whole new view from the back of the green now. I'm up here at 104 metres for Cheyenne Woods to the flag. It's looking good for distance. Oh, that's spectacular.
Oh. Starting to show nerves of steel. She was beset by nerves at the beginning of the third round. Was proud at how she fought her way round in the third round to put together a very good score indeed, especially on the back nine, and has certainly learned from that experience going into today.
Riposte from the West Australian.
What can Minjee Lee do? She's just a half a wedge in here. Just over 60 metres. Oh, she's come up shy. That was very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, but I'd like to have another look at that. I just don't think she got it clean out of the club face.
Well, and at that, this crucial part of the tournament.
So that, a little error. Our leader with a terrific chance to go further ahead with a birdie putt coming up on 15 for Cheyenne Woods, and work for Minjee Lee to do, as she's just front of the green there. One behind Lennart, Bregman, Hedvall and Kim on the front page of our leaderboard late on this final round of the 2014 Ladies Masters.
Well, Sweden's Caroline Hedvall had a fantastic round today, storming up the back nine. She's been good enough to stop in and have a chat. Welcome to you, Caroline. Congratulations on that round. You look like you're really enjoying it.
Oh, yeah. I always enjoy Australia. This is my favourite stop of the year, and I've been playing solid all week, and I was just waiting for this, so it's nice to have a good finish.
And you had a 2-under round in your first round and then a couple of even pars. What felt so good today?
I think I just gave myself a lot of birdie opportunities, and my putter was nice today, so it was quite easy out there today, actually, and it's always nice when you get those rounds.
And did you have a favourite hole in the course? We're just looking at your card at the moment, of course, on the bottom of our screen. Was there one in particular you liked?
Well, I seem to be finishing good this week on 17 and 18. I think yesterday I finished par, but the other days I finished birdie. So I like the finish, and that's always good.
Well, the finish today looked absolutely exceptional. Compatriot of yours, Camille Lennart, is also having a good outing here at Royal Pines. Have you seen much of her play? We're just looking at her in the birdie putt in the 6th here.
I haven't seen her play, but we're actually staying together this week, so I guess it's been good company, I guess. Me, my sister, and my caddy, we've been sharing an apartment on Broad Beach, so it's been nice.
Oh, fantastic. And your sister, of course, is your twin, Jacqueline. She's not playing this year?
No, she's not. She's on the bag for another Swede this week.
You didn't want her on your bag this year?
Well, I'm bringing one of the best caddies that I've had, Henrik. He was on the bag on Solheim, and I always play well when I have him on the bag, so I picked him.
No, fair enough. And you're heading to Melbourne. What do you do in your spare time? What will you do in between? It's only a short break.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to read the course when you get down to Melbourne, because we haven't been there before. So I'm just going to study the course, and hopefully I get an afternoon break, and then might meet up with a friend that lives down in Melbourne. So it's stuff to do, yeah.
Sounds like a plan. Before we let you go, can you pick who's going to win this one?
Yeah, I think she's looking good.
Yeah, well, I think she's looked pretty good all tournament, so you're probably not far off there. Caroline Hedvall, we look forward to seeing you in Melbourne. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're going to head back out. We've got Stacey Bregman on 4th shot on the 15th, greenside bunker.
Thanks, Steph. Great to see the players popping in for a chat. That one tracking nicely from the South African. Beautifully done. So not much left for her to secure a par, and now Lennart Just long with a tee shot at the par 3 16th.
It's going to be quick. And it has slowed down. Be very quick from back there. Judged that extremely well. Camilla Lennart, and a short tap-in putt for her par to keep her in sole possession of third at 11 under. Here's Minjee Lee, outright second right now.
Gave a good run trying to chip in for birdie with that disappointing third shot. So it looks like the 5 is secured there. Min Sun Kim on 17. This is her second into the par 4. Leaving it short. Perhaps the tournament could be, well, almost secured here. Cheyenne Woods with a birdie putt to go, 2 ahead with 3 to play. And in it goes. Woods takes the plaudits of the crowd, and she now moves to 15 under. Well, it's a lead minimum of 2. Minjee Lee's got to finish out there. Now Lennart looking for her 3 on 16. Secured away. Back for Minjee.
And looking to secure her par on the 15th hole. Has to hold this. Never in doubt. But we now see a 2-shot gap at the top of the leaderboard with 3 holes remaining. And they'll be aware of that. There's a leaderboard just behind the 15th green, so they know exactly what the situation is going down the final stretch. Now Min Sun Kim on the 17th.
Oh, 2 short in a row. The approach was short of the green, and the chip has a similar fate. So it's going to be a good tournament for Min Sun Kim, but not able to string a few birdies together mid-back 9 to really surge. It's Woods by 2 at 15 under. 3 holes to play. The 17-year-old from Western Australia at 13 under. Then Lennart, 2 to play at 11 under. Bregman 10 under. Hedval with a 66 today, a wonderful 7 under around Royal Pines to finish at 9 under for the tournament. And Kim with a bit of work to do to finish off here also at -9. Belen Motho, the hot round of the day with an 8 under 65. So Young Lee has a great round and a great tournament behind her. Just a couple of holes to play for the 16-year-old who's had a terrific weekend. But now to the theatre of the third last hole, which is a par 3 here. Sandy.
There's a lot of crowd milling around. Holes. 152 metres to get it all the way back to this flag. Gentle breeze blowing. It's not a lot to really talk about. The flag is actually up at the green, just hanging straight down. Tiny bit of breeze here behind them, a little bit from their left. But it's not really going to have a great effect.
Well, this shot, we know stories can evolve in later holes, but if you lead by 2 on the third last hole, you tee it up first and knock it close, it could lock the door.
Contact's good. The line is excellent. Just drifting a little to the right.
Oh, it's pretty good, Sandy. First bounce just took a little bit of the heat out of it. But it's okay. It's on the short stuff.
She looks very composed, doesn't she?
Yes, like a swan. Calm on the surface, and then
what's going on underneath? Yeah.
Bregman, 5 back.
Tiny bit of breeze, just picking up a little more left to right here, but again, it's only gentle. Yeah, that's left of the flagstick. That is good. That's just drifting in right on line.
It's an exquisite tee shot from Bregman. showing some fight, clearly never giving up at all, and a very makeable birdie putt at 16. Money to play for as well as honour.
Oh, indeed. And, well, as we spoke of, if Woods could have really nailed it close, if she had played the Bregman tee shot well. But now, Minjee Lee has the opportunity. Long birdie putt for Woods. The Australian knocks it close here.
Yes, well, Minjee playing for the trophy, not the cash, being an amateur on the left side of the flag. If it's got the distance, won't be too bad, but still a bit wide. Not bad.
So similar distances away are our two leaders, but in different portions of the green. So Min Sun Kim now trying to finish out after a bit of a scrap to get to here on 17. Not so much, off the side, but yeah, a couple of short putts, and then she's going to drop one, and a former Australia Open champ.
Oh, good putt from Jessica Korda. Started so well, opened her campaign here with a round of 5 under par, and then faltered over the next couple of rounds, but good to see her back with a round of 69, and she finishes in a tie for 6th.
We look forward to seeing her at Victoria next week. Really in the death throes here now, and it's down to Woods and Lee for the 2014 Ladies Masters title. Here is our tournament leader, Cheyenne Woods, with caddy Will Swift.
Oh, and this is where a caddy can really make a difference. She's going to be fully aware of exactly what the situation is, and just to keep them calm, keep them composed, don't get carried away, don't get flustered at all. And I think he's done an extremely good job of equipping her well in this final round.
And they've been pretty relaxed throughout, having been able to see them out in the rain. Yeah, feeling good today. Yeah. Well, you know, yesterday was a bit around about the place, but she was able to finish well, Cheyenne Woods.
And great to see a lot of spectators following this final group who've been rewarded with some superb golf. So many good scores as we look at the leaderboard. So many players under par. As I say, only Bregman and Trish Johnson in the top 26 players who are over par. And Alison Whittaker sadly struggling today, but a lot of people making the most of these ideal scoring conditions. Last time they get to play the golf course, as it is.
Yes, they're in a privileged position, aren't they? They'll be the last individuals to have strode down this layout in its current format, and looks like it's going to be Woods to play first here. She's gone through this hole in 1 over through her 3 previous rounds, a bogey on Thursday before par, Friday, Saturday. Birdie chance to go 3 ahead. Oh, that's very close. Very, very close. And she said, I'll finish it out. She's just going to wander up and take her 3 to stay at 15 under. 2 to play for Cheyenne Woods. #16 green, and following the 2-putt par of Woods, it's now Minjee Lee's chance to see if she can drain the long birdie putt to add a little bit more theatre to the finish here. Well, the gallery obeying the marshal sign for quiet, but not the bird life.
They never do behave around here. Now, crucial putt for Minjee Lee to try and close that gap. Well, it breaks right to left, but not as much as Minjee Lee anticipated. solid 3. Still 2 shots that separate her between the outright leader Woods. 2 holes to play.
Similar dynamics, really, from the 2 leaders there. Safe-ish onto the green, almost with the long birdie putts and a nice tap in. This was the outstanding shot off the tee. She just lifted a little too late, the South African. She needs something to smile about, though, so she'll be desperate to drain this birdie putt. It took the long way, but it went in. Up to 11 under and 4 behind. So Camilla Lennart found the trap off the tee at 17. She's 4 behind as well.
Difficult shot from the bunker for Lennart. Oh, and she's equipped herself particularly well. Very hard from there, but just nipped it just right.
Let's examine the penultimate. Kate, 17 here. A 331-metre par 4 along the Nerang River.
It certainly is, and essential to get a good drive away. Not many players would go with a driver. There's absolutely no reason to. It's a very short hole, just over 331 metres. But if you can fly it just to the left of that fairway bunker, that will set you up extremely nicely for your approach in. Pin is nestled on the front right-hand corner, 10 metres on and 8 from the right. And playing slightly underneath its par again, yielding 13 birdies. And you really will be surprised to see any players going in with more than a 3-wood. As you do tend to run out of fairway, very easy to run out of fairway and venture into the left-hand rough.
And another illustration of the kinder conditions this afternoon. This hole is playing slightly over par for the tournament, but under par today. Not too many players left out now, so the gallery flocking to this last group. Sandy. Just
can you guys stop walking on the ride?
See you there, Sandy, and Stacey Bregman just wants that gallery to hold its position. You got us, Sandy?
Yeah, a lot of people trying to get through here because it's quite a narrow part of the course, and there's a lot of people out here watching this final group. Really great atmosphere, and a lot of movement in the crowd. Now, you've got to be careful of that bunker on the right-hand side. Contact is good for Stacey. Just going to miss the bunker, no problem there. Just now coming down this left-hand side. May run out of just a little bit of fairway, but no drama.
Yeah, just a matter of how it lies there in that that rough. Interesting look on her face there. She's birdied 2 of the last 3 holes, so she's coming, but perhaps from too far back. Now Woods.
Cheyenne Woods starting this a little further down the left-hand side. Just picking up the edge of the fairway, but it looks like it's okay. I can still see it, and it's sitting up fine.
Just in the second cut of rough. Sadly, not much club to go in with. Minjee Lee getting a bit of advice from her caddy on the line.
A couple of really interesting holes here, Kate, with this really short par 4 and then followed by a par 5. So still anything can happen here.
Oh, it certainly can. And it's a demanding tee shot off 17.
Now, Minjee's just got to keep it out of the right, and the crowd reaction will tell you all about that one. That is split the centre of the fairway, and it's perfect.
Well, she doesn't do much else, does she, Minjee Lee? Bisects the fairway most of the time.
And where are the loyalties lying out there, Sandy? We know of the profile of Cheyenne, but we'll get back to that. We just check in at Camilla Lennart. She's got something late to say here. A long birdie putt on 17. Well, dead for par. And now, Alice Nasera. This is to See if she can move to 8 under. French woman trying to finish out. Oh, and that's a tantalising way to finish your day.
Had a good look. Did everything but go in.
Still counts as one. 70, 72, 70, 69 for a tournament 7 under for Gladys Nacera.
Now there's a chance to have a slow-mo look at the two leaders right in contention, Cheyenne Woods on the left and Min-Ji Lee on the right. Now, the joy of youth, look at their flexibility, how they are able to keep their lower body still, great shoulder turn, and then that full extension through the ball. They've both got very, very effective swings. Do love Min-Ji Lee's swing. Great rhythm to it, but it is Cheyenne Woods leading the charge at the Ladies Masters on 15 under par. Her nearest challenger, Min-Ji Lee, 2 shots back, and then Camilla Lennart and Stacey Lee Bregman in the chasing pack at 11 under.
Jessica Corder has stepped out of the scorer's tent and come to pay us a flying visit in the studio. Great to have you, Jess. It's always wonderful to see you on Australian soil, a special relationship for you here in this country. How did you enjoy your outing at this tournament?
Yeah, no, I'm so happy to be here. It's really nice, you know. I like coming back here. The people are so nice, and I'm just really comfortable with the golf course.
And you've had a wonderful start to the year, winning the Bahamas. How was it to come off a start like that? It must give you a lot of confidence.
Oh, for sure. You know, definitely. I was really excited to play again and see kind of what else I needed to work on, because, you know, coming off of a win, you don't feel like you need to work on much. So definitely some things that I'm going to take over and, you know, try and implement them next week.
Well, of course, next week you return to somewhere where you had great winning memories. Of course, the 2012 winner of the Australian Open. That must hold special memories for you. And how much does it make you look forward to that tournament?
I mean, every year, you know, being back in Melbourne, it holds special memories not only for myself but my family. And unfortunately, they can't be with me. But you know, I'm just really excited. Even though it's not at Royal Melbourne, it's at Victoria, so it's a little different. But we'll see.
That's good. You can conquer another course. We just want to remind you of that winning feeling.
Oh, yeah. I still can't believe that went in.
And after that, we got the famous quarter jump, so it was a perfect day.
It was. It was honorary for Melbourne, and, you know, being at Royal Melbourne. I don't think I'll be doing that again, though.
Well, we so hope so, because of course it's from Thursday to Sunday next week. All of it will be on ABC One, and we can't wait to see Jessica Corder there. Have you played the Victoria before?
Yeah, I did. I played last year, actually, when the LET was in New Zealand. So I had a week off, and I went and played a couple of golf courses over there.
And do you like it?
Love it. It was a lot of fun. You know, don't get bored on any of the holes. One's up, one's down. It's going to be a lot of fun. Good test of golf.
Excellent. Well, we can't wait to see you there. Thanks for dropping in, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jessica Corder there, former winner of the Australian Open, will be back there next week. Let's return to the fairway, and it's Cheyenne Woods, second shot on 17.
Thanks, Steph. Good to see Jess. And Jane Crafter with me as well. Woods doesn't look happy with contact there, and perhaps this is the late twist.
Well, it very well could be, and so important to hit the fairway. Even if you've got a decent lie in the rough, it's still no bargain, and clearly hit that one heavy and be working hard to make a par as we go up to 18. And the young Swede, Camilla Lennart, can she birdie or eagle here? Playing is the easiest hole on the golf course. Depends on the lie. Looks pretty good. Should be able to have a go at that in 2.
Back to 17. Bregman also in the rough left.
It's 101 for Stacey Lee Bregman, and this is not what she wanted, having 2 birdies in the last 3 holes.
Oh, so hard to get spin on the ball, and you can't say it enough. Even if you've got a decent lie in the rough, it's still not as good as a good lie in the middle of the fairway. Can't get the spin on it as we go up to the young Korean, Min Sun Kim. was having a great day until she got derailed on number 15. Nice effort there, Quentin.
So she can finish off nicely on the 72nd hole, but now back to Minjee Lee. Woods in the trap. This is the chance for the teenager from the West.
There is an opening here for Minjee Lee. This is just 91 metres, and this is not going to be far away. Fractionally right, but good.
Oh, super shot from the 17-year-old.
Wow. Well, we've been waiting, Jane, just for that little bit of flirtation with the dramatic here, and we've got it with Woods finding the trap. And amazing to think that the woman she's battling against finished school just last year.
It is incredible. Born in 1996. I can't even fathom anyone being born in 1996. But look at her career so far. US Girls Junior, that was a terrific achievement. And then back-to-back Australian Am champion. 5th world and the amateur ranking. So a terrific resume already for the young 17-year-old from Perth. And how would it be to add this one to it? But Cheyenne has, I'm sure, other designs. Just a little splash bunker shot here. Shouldn't be too much problem.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. With the pressure there to ensure she got up and down. She's done the first part of that well. Awesome nail biting going on beyond the rope that cordons the players from the gallery. Many an eye descending upon this final group.
And certainly not the length putt that Stacey Lee Bregman would have had in mind, standing over her second shot, Sandy.
This is really slippery here. This is a long way back. It's downhill all the way, but there's a couple of undulations up and down and around, and this needs to be a really good read. And the pace is crucial as well. Tough putt.
She'd be doing well to get up and down in 2 from there. Oh, nice try. I have to say I'm a little surprised with that pretty easy hole location here. The officials haven't tucked too many flags on the back 9.
Well, here's the 16-year-old from Korea, So Young Lee, who's the second-placed amateur, looking for a 3 to finish out.
Yeah, quite a long hitter. So slight right to left putt. Keep going, keep going.
What a future for her. She was actually the leading qualifier after the Australian amateur that was won by Minjee Lee, but knocked out in the match play. And that's a good week of golf.
Now, what a huge putt here for Minjee Lee, Sandy. Do you see much in it?
There's not a lot in it, Jane, and if this goes in, this puts an enormous amount of pressure on Cheyenne Woods. She still has a putt for par. This would close that 2-shot gap. And being a par 5 on the 18th, anything can happen.
No, always right.
Always a little on the tentative side. You could sort of see the face open at impact, and big opportunity gone for Minjee Lee. Kicking herself looking back on that one. Stroke looked a little on the rush side too, Quentin, I thought.
Well, she'll learn no matter what from the experience of this weekend as Min Sung Kim tries to get it to 9 under to finish what's been a good tournament for her. And she drains it. Good fist pump as well.
And why not?
Yeah, is that a sentiment or you're reading a shirt?
I'm reading a shirt. A bit of both, really.
It's a good look. So you said it'd be a good job to get home in 2 here. Bregman, who was way at the back of the green.
Keep your head still. Yep, good stroke.
And now it's Woods. And here's Bregman. He is 11 under for the tournament with 1 to play, and the lead of the American is 2. This to keep it at that to go to the 72nd hole with that buffer.
Well, and certainly with that miss of Minjee Lee makes this putt just a slight bit easier, Sandy, but still no bargain.
Yeah, it is no bargain, but takes a little of the pressure off. She'll stroke it a little more confidently, not being under the pump quite so much.
Yeah, not much in this putt. Just left centre. Yep, well holed. Good job. So one hole left for Cheyenne Woods. Phoenix, Arizona. Can she do it?
Oh, and see, just as we went to Camilla Lennart there, a little fist pump onto the grip of her putter. I think that was an outward expression of determination and satisfaction that she found the 4 there. 18's been kind today.
Sounded like good contact. Oh yes, lovely shot. There's that tongue of rough that comes in there. If you don't carry it, it's not going to bounce through. And 2 nice shots there from Camilla.
So the second last group is on the 72nd green, and the last group is about to head to the tee there. It's Woods with a lead of 2 going down 18 from the 17-year-old Minjee Lee. Lennart with that long eagle opportunity on 18. Bregman's in the last group, and Headwall and Lee will finish on the front page of the leaderboard. Well, Jane, this has had a number of incarnations in a way, 18, but what about the 2014 version?
Well, the 2014 version is played from the back tee. It's 430 metres. It has played as a par 5 initially, and then when the LPGA came along, they moved it to be a very tough par 4. But it's played fairly easy. It's been the easiest hole this week. 255 metres to reach that right-hand trap. Most players will be a little bit short of that, but that will allow them a good chance of reaching this par 5 and 2. The rough has been brought in much more on the right than that particular flyover appears. So you've got to really land it right on the front of the green, and the hole on the back part of the green today, just 25 on and 8 off the right. So it has played as the easiest hole on the golf course this week. Now, can Bregman get some fireworks? Doubt that she certainly won't be able to win.
No, but she can certainly make up a little ground, Jane. You know, if you manage to put an eagle on the card here, it's worth a lot of money to you.
Absolutely, Sandy.
And that is just starting down the right-hand side of the fairway. Coming back to the centre, that's fine.
Yeah, that was a better swing.
And just speaking of the money, you just have to remind yourself that, in fact, she's playing for the runners-up check, as is Camilla Lennart, because Minjee Lee, being the amateur, well, she's in second place. She just gets the trophy. So if Minjee stays second, third gets the runners-up check.
Now, a big drive here for Cheyenne.
Starting down to the centre, just moving a little to the left-hand side, but again, it'll pick up the fairway.
Oh, very nice.
That's all she wanted.
Very nice drive, Sandy. That was a lovely, balanced, strong golf swing. She's looking very much in control, very composed.
Quentin, you asked me a little earlier how the crowd have reacted to these 2 players. I've got to say, I think they have just thoroughly enjoyed and applauded watching these 2 young players they're not familiar with, and it's been fantastic. Minjee Lee's drive high in the air, going down the right-hand side, coming up in the centre. All players are perfect.
So the stride towards the green, and what could be a memorable moment for Cheyenne Woods. Now, last group heading towards that 18th green, and a lead of 2 for Woods. As let's go ahead and see if Ali Whitaker can chip in for an eagle to finish out. Heading home to Victoria next week. Oh, she didn't leave it shy.
That was the right idea. She played the correct shot. This came off a little hotter than I think she thought it was going to. That's all right. She's got a great attitude and a terrific young talent. I know she's probably ruining what might have been today after such a terrific round yesterday. But as a young player, you know, it's all a learning curve, and you just tuck it away to come into use another day.
Trish Johnson there as well. Her weekend, unfortunately, has just slid away.
Yeah, a little bit surprising. I think for Trish, I expected with her experience that she would play better. She just got off to a bit of a rough start, and you could tell she was a little bit quick and out of rhythm.
Well,
and a big putt here now for the young Swede. She could roll this one in. Bound her up to 13 under par and in a tie with Minjee Lee.
As she lines up the putt here, she does take a time, the Swede. Unfortunately, Trish Johnson's round is looming as the second worst of those that have played on the Sunday. She's +5 for the day.
Well, this putt goes up and over just a slight ridge. Not a lot of break in this green. It's a pretty flat one. Just the key is to judge the speed. It's quite slow.
Well, she's got it there at least.
Oh, nice effort. Well, Lennart's best finish on the Ladies European Tour has been a second. Now, she's had 3 top 10s last year.
Well, Sandy, what have our last group got on 18?
Well, I'll give you some very quick yardages here. We're here with the ball of Minjee Lee. Now, Minjee is 211 from the flag. All players are on the fairway. Just over to the right of her there, Stacey Bregman is 202. Cheyenne Woods a little further up there on the left-hand side. Now, she's 193, so she can really get a good look at this hole.
Jane, I'll leave you, and Peter Wilkins will help call you home here as we get back to Johnson up on the green.
Oh, thanks, Quentin. And Trish Johnson now with a putt just slightly up a ridge. See if she can make this a memorable finish. Oh! Yeah, it wasn't your day today, Trish. Never mind, mate. A 48-year-old veteran of the Ladies European Tour, life member. Led the Order of Merit back in 2000, so it's one of those days you'd take as a professional. And Peter, it's going to be a dramatic finish.
It is indeed. Alison Whittaker, this time yesterday, was buoyant, just missing a birdie. She has today. She's looking forward to playing at a home course next week, Victoria Club, the Australian Women's Open, and down the fairway, the final group awaits. Is there another twist, or is it going to be a secure victory? You'd think so. Cheyenne Woods has not put a foot wrong all day. She's been absolutely superb. Minjee Lee has battled hard, but that chance evaporated, didn't it, Jane? That short putt at the 17th that had to go in.
It did.
That would have changed the complexion entirely for this last hole.
For sure. I mean, certainly as a par 5, anything can happen. We've seen it before. But you have to think with Cheyenne being in a good position on the fairway. It's looking pretty solid now as we watch Lennart tap in for her birdie. Get to 12 under. That's a nice tournament for Camilla Lennart from Sweden.
Well done for the Swede. A couple of putts just in the middle stages of the round cost her the chance for victory today, but it was a very strong game. Her iron play was superb, but maybe 2 putts in the second 9, the early part, cost her today. But nonetheless, an outstanding tournament. A par putt for Whittaker. No trouble at all for Alison Whittaker. Salutes the crowd with the arm in the air and a smile. Well played, Alison. It's a 5 under par total. Great golf over 4 days. And now the stage is clear on the 18th. The crowd gathering, a wonderful theatre.
And a huge shot now for Minjee Lee, Sandy. Can she reach?
Yeah, it is, Jane. It's 211 metres to get to the flag. Bit of cross breeze, but it's not helping her at all. It's blowing a little bit into her, and she has got this going well left. Just trying to force it a little bit.
Well, that's not diabolical over there, but it's going to be pretty darn hard to get an eagle from that position.
Well, she can hold it. You're allowed to.
Oh, of course.
Stacey Lee Bregman next to play.
Again, in range, Stacey Lee Bregman, 202 to the flag, just 177 to the front of this green. Breeze is the thing that's up against them a little bit. It's just slightly into them, but just picking up a little bit right to left. Good solid contact, and that is just going fractionally left of the flag, but looks pretty good.
It's going to bound on through, but it was a wonderful strike. Catches the bunker. Not great reward for a super shot.
Yeah, she just had it turning a little too much right to left. It just came in pretty hot. If she had a little bit of fade on it, I think it would have sat softer. Now
just with a little rescue here for Cheyenne Woods. 168 to the front, 193 to the flag. Nice high trajectory on the right-hand side of the flag. And that is all she needed to do.
Oh, tremendous shot for the young American.
Staring it down. Unemotional. We saw a smile a couple of holes ago, and there was a slightly filtered one. But that is the shot to close the tournament. A brilliant effort to the 18th. Minjee Lee, no doubt, accept her fate today, but she's played absolutely superbly. Minjee Lee, she's going to be a force in years to come. But what about the breakthrough for Cheyenne Woods? 23 years of age, this could catapult her to great heights.
Absolutely, it's a tremendous effort from Cheyenne Woods. Of course, it's not over yet. You know, I've seen tournaments won and lost. I mean, Minjee could easily chip in.
Final group today: Minjee Lee, Stacey Lee Bregman, and Cheyenne Woods.
As I said, we can't quite give it to her yet, but it's looking awfully good. If you're a betting person,
oh, come on, Jane,
you'd bet on it. But stranger things have happened.
They have.
But I am very, very impressed with the way Cheyenne has played. She's held herself emotionally very well today. She's hit some great shots, made some good putts under pressure. And will she get a call from Uncle Tiger?
No doubt.
I'm sure he's watching. I'm sure he's following very, very closely.
It's early in the morning over in Florida, but might be doing the night owl.
Yep, the daughter of Earl Jr. and Susan Woods. Tiger's half-brother, Earl Jr., so that's why Tiger has a niece. But I tell you what, you know, there's no give up in Minjee Lee, and I've seen chips go in from this point before. And I've seen people three-putt from very short range, so it's never over until it's over. That's my comment, Peter.
Well, she was superb yesterday and probably won the tournament as much yesterday in the last 5 holes. 4 birdies in the last 5 after 5 bogeys in the first 12 holes. So she turned her game around mentally. A superb effort. She admitted to nerves after the round, and today she's just been flawless. The crowd gathered around the 18th, and they're going to salute a new name, and perhaps this name will be on in years to come as well. Minjee Lee. Or can she produce
the magic?
Master shot.
Little sand wedge, playing it back in a stance, running it up there.
Oh, it looks good.
Oh, she gave it a go. Good effort, young Minjee Lee.
Another super shot from the locker of Minjee Lee. That hat-trick of birdies, 6, 7 and 8, surely gave her the tease for a possible victory today.
Yeah, I have to say, Jane, I've walked these fairways once or twice over the years, and I don't think I've quite enjoyed a day as much as watching, especially these two young players go at it. It's been really fun.
Yeah, it's been great theatre, that's for sure. Now, not an easy bunker shot here. Not that much green to work with for Stacey Bregman. Oh, yes, very well done, young lady.
Brilliantly played, Stacey Lee Bregman. It's been a day of up and down and the emotions as well. A couple of putts in the middle of the round again, not going in, which cost her the chance for victory, but she's going to be proud of her finish, Stacey Lee Bregman.
Yeah, it's a big learning curve. She's been runner-up before. And it takes a little while to have a few runner-ups and a few close calls before you can break through. But now Cheyenne Woods, she won a Suncoast Ladies Tour tournament back in Florida in the middle of 2012, but won many amateur events, but never one of this caliber with this caliber field.
No, she won by 4 that day, and it was a 54-hole tournament. This right at the top of the tree as far as tournament victories. And she just slammed dunk an eagle to go in true style.
Still going through a pre-shot routine, one shot at a time.
Oh, sensational putts. And just a tap-in required, but she will no doubt mark and wait for the moment for the other two players to finish out.
Well, it has been a terrific day of golf, a great day for Australian golf with watching young Minjee Lee, and a great day for professional women's golf. Cheyenne Woods can win. It's going to generate a lot of interest all over the world. But Minjee Lee can be very, very proud of herself, Sandy.
Sandy obviously close enough to the players to breathe on them, so we're watching this putt for Minjee Lee, a birdie putt on the last. That pure stroke.
Well done, young lady. Should be very, very proud. Almost.
Well done, the 17-year-old amateur. A big year and a big future.
Yeah, what might have been. She'll be going over a few shots in her mind tonight, I'm sure. A birdie putt for Stacey Bregman.
Stacey Lee Bregman. A little bit of a shrug of the shoulders, but well played. 12 under par, and now Cheyenne Woods to secure a breakthrough win. Cheyenne Woods takes the prize. She steps up at the Ladies Masters. She emulates Uncle Tiger in winning an Australian Masters title. This the Ladies Masters, and she is a star today in her own right. A brilliant round and a brilliant victory.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and she joins some famous names on the trophy at the Ladies Masters. Kari Webb, the 8-time champion, Annika Sorenstam, Laura Davies, our own Jane Crafter.
Well, congratulations, Cheyenne Woods. Just a brilliant effort, and I bet Bob Toohey is pretty happy as an invitation he extended to young Cheyenne.
Absolutely. And she'll go and do that scoring. Well played. And now that smile, which filtered through on the 15th hole. I think she knew she had the title won, but still a bit of work to do. And then that short miss from Minjee Lee gave her a bit of breathing room. She's going past the gauntlet of champions, all the photographs there. Kari Webb prominent with all her victories. Well played. Camilla Lennart says, congratulations, Cheyenne Woods. And she considered this to be a huge accomplishment if she managed to secure this title. Nervous yesterday, but the cherry on top, she said, to start off the year, and she has succeeded, amidst enormous pressure. The chaser was Minjee Lee. She didn't let her go. Camilla Lennart was there, but right at the top, Cheyenne Woods, 16 under par, a 4 under par round today. Minjee Lee finishing also with a 69. 2 shots the difference in the end. Camilla Lennart, the Swede, stoic till the end. 4 from the prize in the final analysis at 3 under par. And then Stacey Lee Bregman at 12 under par also. But today, this was the moment for Cheyenne Woods. The breakthrough win, for sure and certain. She survived the pressure and the drenching and takes the Australian Ladies Masters title. Just one task to go through before she'll venture out onto the 18th green, and we're going to witness the presentation. But this slightly poignant in light of Kari Webb's demise, the Queen of Royal Pines and the Masters, incorrectly marking a scorecard and bowing out of the tournament early on. Cheyenne Woods, though, there'll be no such drama there today. That round today with 5 birdies littering the card at 1, 9, 12, 15. That was the moment when she felt a little more secure, and 18 to cap the day, and just the 1 bogey today. So a terrific performance from Cheyenne Woods. By the time she gets to Phoenix, there'll be a massive crowd.
What a wonderful moment for Cheyenne Woods, Jane Crafter, and you can see the pure joy there of a young girl winning a big tournament.
Absolutely. I give her so much credit. She played some beautiful golf today. Obviously, she's been under the spotlight for a very, very long time, and now she's earned the spotlight all on her own. She played beautiful golf, and you could see the joy from her Ladies European Tour counterpart. She played that tour all of last year, travelled on her own, no entourage. I think it was terrific for her. It really matured her. She learned how to play golf on all sorts of different golf courses, and she's just done a magnificent job of staying in the moment, hitting 1 shot at a time. It was a terrific effort.
Do you find it extraordinary that she's been able to stay so level, so humble, her feet very, very firmly on the ground, travelling alone, as you say, without an entourage? It's not something you would expect.
No, you wouldn't, but I tell you what, she's been brought up in the spotlight and she knows exactly what it takes. All you have to do is listen to her and her press conferences, talking to us. She's very poised, she's very professional, and you know what? It's just fun to watch. It's great to see these young players. I mean, she has a degree in communications from Duke University. She's a very well educated, very, very poised young lady with a golf game to match.
Indeed she does, and she's not the only intelligent, fabulous woman out there. Minjee Lee, what a wonderful day for her as well.
Oh, terrific. You know, you can't help but feel for Minjee. She played very well. It was just a shot here or there that really could have made the difference. And I think that putt that she missed back on 17 could have made a huge change in the demeanour of all of the players on the 18th. That could have put a lot of pressure on Cheyenne Woods.
Yeah, there they are, signing golf balls, signing autographs, and just living the moment. Jane, what is that moment like just after you've won?
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, that's what you work all your life for. And, you know, as a 23-year-old girl, you know, she hasn't had a huge amount of life yet. But when she looks back on her first win, she will treasure this win, and this will really, you know, springboard her into a terrific career. Exempt fully, obviously, now on the Ladies European Tour, and I think it's going to be interesting to see whether she decides to play on the Symetra Tour in the US, which is the developmental tour, or go full-time to Europe again. She's going to have a decision made there.
Well, do you think this will change her mind? Because when she spoke to Sandra Mackenzie earlier in the week, she did say that she was going to do the Symetra Tour.
Well, the Symetra Tour, the thing about that is if you're the top 10 at the end of the year on their money list, you automatically get an LPGA Tour card. So that is certainly a draw. Money-wise, it's much better, and experience-wise, perhaps, to go to Europe. She did that last year. It'll be interesting. I can't wait to see what her decision will be.
Well, it was a wonderful finish here, and it looked quite certain towards the last couple of holes. Did you have any doubts?
Well, you know, I really thought that perhaps Minjee might pull it out, you know, with the par 5 coming up on the last hole. But, you know, Cheyenne didn't really show, you know, many chinks in the armour. She just kept going, and she kept hitting good shot after good shot. So she didn't really let Minjee Lee in at all. The other two players, Lennart and I think Stacey Lee Bregman, were just that little bit too far back. They couldn't really put any pressure. So it came pretty much down to a match play situation.
And extraordinary that at the end of the day it was actually the youngsters that held their nerve and kept their position.
They certainly did. They certainly did. And, you know, I'm just really impressed with young Minjee Lee. Yeah. There's Minjee Lee's mum. Very, very proud. Yeah, travelled all the way from Western Australia. And she's a terrific asset to Australian golf. She's going to go overseas coming up. She's going to play in China. She's also going to go to America, play in the US Amateur, and also some of the big events. And I wouldn't be surprised if she gets some invitations also to some of the LPGA tournaments. And, you know, that's really going to just sort of add to her resume, add to her level of experience. And, you know, she's a terrific asset for Australian golf.
Well, she certainly is, and this really makes perhaps next week very, very interesting indeed.
No, it certainly does. I think with all the LPGA players coming down to play on Victoria Golf Club, Cheyenne might not be a member of the LPGA, but I tell you what, she can hold her own with all of those players.
Well, that golf course is, of course, Sandra Mackenzie's home course, and I'm sure she'll have plenty to tell Cheyenne, but right now she's talking to her as the winner of the Australian Ladies Masters.
I certainly am, and Cheyenne, 2014 Volvik RACV Ladies Masters champion. Got a nice ring to it.
It sure does. I like it. I like it.
You were pretty extraordinary out there, because we spoke earlier about yesterday you had to dig deep, you know, after a bad start, and you learned a lot, but today you were just rock solid. You never faltered.
I felt really good today. Yesterday I had the nerves, but today I felt really calm throughout the whole round. I just played really steady. I didn't panic or anything. I know Minjee gave me a run for my money. She played awesome today. But yeah, I felt great today.
They always say the first win is the toughest. Might get a little easier from here.
I don't know. I think every single one will be tough. But, you know, this was definitely a tough week. It was a big week for me. I'm really proud of myself. But I'm just really excited.
What does it mean for you now? You've got a win under your belt, and it's a good win. What does it mean now for your future? Does it change plans? You know, just shed a little different light on things?
It's hard.
You probably haven't thought of that yet. It's a little early.
Yeah, I mean, this is my first, you know, major tour win, so it's really exciting. I'm happy to be able to start my year this well. From here on, I mean, I'll have the same plan: play European Tour and also Symetra Tour. But it just feels great to know that my game is here and I'm capable of playing 4 solid rounds all the way through and win.
It also gives you that advantage when you've had a win. It gets you a little higher up in the rankings. It does often get you into other tournaments that you normally wouldn't be able to.
Right. With winning, I think I'll be exempt for maybe a few other tournaments. So, I mean, that's great. It takes a little bit of pressure off playing, you know, the next few. But I don't know. I'm just really excited for whatever this will lead me to.
Now, we did talk a little earlier about maybe there could be the odd phone call from home, and I'm sure parents and uncles and everybody else, I'm sure you're actually hanging out to speak to the family.
Yeah, I know my mom has probably texted me like a million times, and she's probably crying right now. But yeah, I can't wait to talk to my family. It's middle of the night right now, and they're all, I'm sure, on the computer looking at the scores. So it's really exciting, and I wish they were here to be with me, but it'll be nice to go home to them.
Cheyenne, it was really a spectacular win. Now, Uncle Tiger hasn't run yet, has he?
No, I don't even have my cell phone. I don't know where it is.
Okay, we'll have to find that one out later. But look, it's a spectacular win, and it's fantastic to have you as the Masters champion for 2014. Just congratulations and enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What a gorgeous winner there, Cheyenne Woods, champion of the 2014 Australian Ladies Masters. And what a beautiful girl. Does this allow her to somewhat step out of that shadow of being Tiger's niece? Will it now be Tiger Woods is your uncle?
It might be. You know, that interview just showed you how poised she is. She's just so natural in front of the camera. You know, she's got a terrific smile. She's got that Woods, you know, $1 million smile. And, you know, not that she's going to have any problem with endorsements. Going to get some more invitations to play in different tournaments. Obviously, she's more exempt now. She'll be able to play in the British Open, all of those sorts of things, the Evian Masters. And you know what? Those types of events are very, very important for a player.
Well, it was a big win also, of course, for Australian amateur Minjee Lee. She's now with Sandra Mackenzie.
Well, Minjee Lee, today you won a lot of admirers and a lot of respect from a lot of people. That was so well done, and you came so close.
Yeah, I did, but you know, you got to fall sometimes to get back up. So, yeah, no, it was really good.
The amazing thing watching you all day, because I walked the whole way, is you just kept applying the pressure, and you're just so mature for a player of your age. I mean, it's really fantastic to see. Do you just keep having her in your sights all day? Does it become match play, or are you just playing your own game?
Well, I was trying to play my own game, but yeah, no, I kind of like match play really if you're up there with Shane. So no, yeah, I just did my own thing, but yeah.
You're the current Australian amateur champion. Now, of course, we go into the Australian Open next week at Victoria. It'll be a club that you know really well. This must give you a real nice little confidence boost.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm so excited for next week. Course is great, and it will be up against the best, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, Minjee, we have absolutely loved every minute of this, and you've given a lot of people a lot of thrills, and the Australian ladies golf future looks very, very bright. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yes, a wonderful, wonderful award. They're the leading amateur at the 2014 Volvik RACV Australian Ladies Masters, Minjee Lee, and an extraordinary performance from her. And wow, that bodes so well for the future.
It certainly does, but you can see in her heart the disappointment, and you know that she would dearly love to have won this. Amateur Amy Yang won it as an amateur, and she's had a terrific career on the LPGA as well. I think she's got a wonderful future, there's no question. And, you know, as she said, she's got a great attitude. You have to get knocked down to get back up again. But you've got to take the wins with the losses in golf. You don't win all the time. And, you know, this will certainly serve her well in the experience category.
And I'm not sure of many people's opinion that a two-shot second place finish at the Australian Ladies Masters is actually a loss, but she certainly will be at the top of the leaderboard for a long time to come in the future. It was Cheyenne Woods, though, that finished on top, and let's have a look at some of the highlights from her round today. She started off well here on the first hole.
Yeah, she certainly did. Got a good drive away, and that's very important. Just a middle iron, probably about a 7 or an 8 iron here for Cheyenne, and this never really left the flag. Yeah, you know, and you don't always have to start with a birdie, but it's nice when you hit a couple of good solid shots on your first hole.
Well, and here she's completing the back nine. This is her third shot to 9.
Playing as a par 5 this year. I tried it as a par 4, but it was just not an easy green to hold with a long club, so it's set up extremely well as a par 5. Another par 5 here,
yes.
Steph. Yeah, sorry. And you can see rolling the ball extremely well, just end over end. You can see that line never left the middle of the cup.
15 here, she's not far from home. This is her third shot.
Yeah, laid up to a comfortable yardage, and then another beautiful iron shot. And you had to think at that point that was pretty much going to seal the deal.
Certainly, and she makes her way up the fairway there. Here's her winning putt, Jane.
Yeah, had an eagle opportunity. That was for birdie and a 2-shot victory. Well done, Cheyenne Woods. And then all her mates from the European Tour giving her a little bubbly bath. I would just do it with water these days. What is up with that?
Well, that's not plain living in the
I think so.
Also, It's really difficult to get that champagne smell out of your shirt, isn't
Very
it?
true.
No, it was a water celebration for Cheyenne Woods, and she's now hopefully dried off and preparing to receive her trophy. We're going to head down to the celebrations very, very shortly and see her presented with that trophy. But, you know, the support she gets from the other girls on the tour, that would be very important to someone of her age, especially travelling on her own.
Oh, certainly, and I think that was one of the reasons she wanted to travel on the European tour by herself. Get to know all the players, and that's part of, you know, growing up and experiencing professional golf, is developing some good relationships. It makes travelling a lot more fun.
I'm sure
and a lot more
does.
relaxing, not so stressful.
Well, they're all gathered round ready to see her presented with the trophy. So let's go down to the official ceremony, which is hosted by our very own Kate Burton.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests here on the 18th green, please put your hands together as we welcome our 2014 Volvik RACV Ladies Masters champion, Cheyenne Woods. Well, I think you will all agree we have been treated to 4 rounds and 4 days of terrific world-class golf here on the Gold Coast, and how incredibly exciting to have a new member in our Ladies Masters Hall of Fame. Well, before we crown our champion, it gives me great pleasure to please invite Minister John Paul Langbrook, the member for Surfers Paradise, representing the Minister for Tourism, Major Events, Small Business and the Commonwealth Games, to say a few words. Minister Langbrook.
Well, thank you, Kate. Can I just say on behalf of Minister Jane Stuckey, it's my great privilege to be welcoming you all to the Gold Coast. There are many people to acknowledge this is the 25th anniversary, or the 25th time this event has been held. So I want to acknowledge the people who've helped to contribute to that, the Tui family. We've got Bob, Ben and Sue, and 25 events don't happen without a lot of support from other people. So I want to thank Chairman Moon from Volvik. I want to thank Ross Heron, of course, from RACV, who's the President and Chairman. All of our local supporters, the groundsman here at Royal Pines, the course has been in great condition, but of course the supporters from the Gold Coast, the crowds who've come from all over the world. Many people to thank. I want to thank Fraser Munro as well from the Ladies European Tour, and Karen Lunn from the Australian Ladies Professional Golf. Of course, so many people to thank, but importantly to congratulate a new generation of winners. We've got an Australian, of course, Minjee Lee, who's the runner-up, so I want to congratulate Minjee. Congratulations. And, of course, a name that everyone in the world of golf knows. This is a slightly different person with the same name, but Cheyenne, I want to congratulate you too on behalf of the government. Congratulations for a wonderful feat. So on behalf of the government, thank you all for the support. We look forward to supporting this event into the future. It's a very, very important part of tourism, which is an intrinsic part of the Gold Coast and Queensland economy. So can I just pass on my thanks on behalf of the government and wish you all a successful 26th running of the same event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Langbrook. And now it's time to salute and crown our very new champion. And it gives me great pleasure if please Mr. Ross Heron, the President and Chairman of RACV, and Chairman Moon, our sponsor from Volvik, to please step forward to hold the trophy together as we salute our champion. Well, she played with rock-solid nerve and unwavering belief. It was a shaky start in the 3rd round, but then she had such fight out on the golf course, and today she proved herself to be a true winner, with scores of 69, 67, 71 and 69 for a tremendous aggregate of 16 under par. Please put your hands together for Cheyenne Woods. Well, we'd love to have a word with our new champion. And Cheyenne, I know you've got a number of people you would love to thank, but first, how good did that walk feel coming down the 18th hole?
It was a little surreal. I had to look back and I was just watching everybody walk behind us with the scoreboard and then seeing everybody in the stands and all the great supporters out here. I had thought about this moment for a long time, the first major win of my career, so It's a little surreal right now, but it's really, really exciting.
Many of us were so incredibly impressed with how you equipped yourself on the back nine in yesterday's round, 4 under par through 5 holes through the last 5. And then in this final round, you had so many world-class golfers breathing down your neck, putting pressure on every step of the way. You coped brilliantly.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I got to play with Minji today, and she just played awesome. It was an honor to be able to play with her. And throughout the entire day, there's always somebody, you know, right there, so I had to keep pushing. But overall, I'm really happy with how I played steady throughout the entire round and the 4 days.
And you clearly love coming to Australia. Australia loves having you here, that's for sure.
Thank you, thank you.
And I'm sure that your family are going to be incredibly proud, including Uncle Tiger.
Yeah, he texted me earlier in the week just to say congrats and to keep it going. So, you know, he, along with the rest of my family, have always been so supportive. And I know they're back home middle of the night looking at the computer. So it's great to be able to be here and know that I'm making them proud.
Sure, and I'm sure you have a few thank yous you'd like to add yourself.
Yes, many, many, many. So first, I just want to thank the title sponsors. Volvik RACV. Without your support, you know, especially for women's golf, it's great to see year in and year out. Bob and Ben Tui, thank you so much for the exemption and the invitation here. It's always special to be able to come to the Gold Coast. It's my 2nd year here now, and it's even better this year, obviously. So thank you for the opportunity. To ABC Television, I got to play with them in the Pro-Am. I guess they were my good luck, so it was great to be able to play with them, and then also to have their support, you know, broadcasting the week here. All of the spectators have been so great this week. It's very, very supportive. Everyone's always excited. It's great to see this energy and excitement about women's golf, so thank you all for coming out. And all of the volunteers on the range, on the course, you guys were great. Without you, we wouldn't be able to put on this tournament, so thank you for donating your time. Also, thank you, of course, to Royal Pines. I had the privilege of staying at the resort, and it's absolutely beautiful. And the course itself was in great shape. Thank you to the greenkeepers. We all really enjoyed playing this course. It was in great shape, like I said, and it was a real challenge. And then also thank you to my personal sponsors, Nike and Rolex. They've been so supportive in the past 2 years that I've been professional, and it's just great to be able to have that backing and that support back home. My caddy, Will, who I worked with for the first time this week. He was great, a great help. So it was really fun to be out there with him this week. And then also, I have to thank my family back home. My mom, my dad, everybody. Sorry. It's really, really exciting. It's very special for me to be able to have my first win. I know my family is very proud, and I just try to make them proud and work hard. So this win is big for me, for my career, and just personally. So I want to thank you all for all the support. It makes a big difference when you all are coming out and show your excitement for all of us players. So thank you for that. And overall, just thank you. It's been a great week.
Oh, I was shedding a tear too then as well. Well, not only do we salute the heroics of Cheyenne Woods this week, but also how about our leading amateur? And please would Bob Toohey, the tournament chair, and please stand up to present the trophy to our leading amateur. She is just 17 years old. They're getting younger and younger, and we're getting older and older. But what a terrific performance, and what a rich vein of form this player is on. Just successfully defended her Australian amateur title. She's from Perth, and with rounds of 70, 70, 69 and 69, so very nearly challenged Cheyenne Woods for the crown here. To finish on 14 under par, ladies and gentlemen, our amateur champion is Minji Lee. Oh, Minji, we would love to hear from you as well, because you both treated us to some fabulous Sunday sporting heroics here at Royal Pines. And did you think you had a chance at one point?
Actually, yeah, I did, but but you know, it wasn't how I thought it would turn out. So, but you know, well done to Shane. She did so great today and this whole week. So, yeah, well done.
Okay, well, congratulations to our amateur champion this week, Minji Lee.
Thank you.
What a wonderful moment for both those young ladies, and they have certainly created many memorable moments themselves.
Yeah, they certainly have, and what a beautiful speech from Cheyenne Woods. You could tell, you know, how much it meant to her, and I remember as my first win here in Australia, how much it meant to me, and it was just a terrific performance. I was very, very impressed with Cheyenne Woods.
Yeah, she certainly sounded like a seasoned pro. Let's have a look at how the day unfolded. This is Cheyenne Woods' second shot to 2.
And a tough par 4, this one. She drove the ball extremely well. You know, she's worked with her teacher Mike LeBove in Phoenix since she's 11 years old, and you know, her swing just held up very, very well under pressure. That's a terrific play. Now here was Yanni Sen. She was really on a roll. I thought perhaps she had a chance if she could make a few more birdies on the back 9.
I think Lennart from Sweden also might have liked a few more birdies. Here's one she did hole.
Yeah, she's a great ball striker. Perhaps the putting is not quite her forte, but you know, when she made a good stroke, she was right there.
Plenty of good strokes for this young lady.
Yes, Minji Lee. Just a great all-round game. She made a lot of putts this week, missed a couple coming in that could have made the difference, but that was a beauty.
Not so bad in all her other shots either.
That's right. Yeah, when she kept her head still, she was making beautiful strokes. She got a little bit anxious on a couple of them. Now this was a gorgeous golf shot here at 8. Drove it extremely well. Just a pitching wedge left here to the front hole location, and this one never left the flag. Almost went in, Steph.
Well, we had Belen Motha watching that one with us, and she was absolutely impressed. Here we have Kim for birdie at 9, Jane.
Yeah, and this is an up-and-coming star from Korea. Played their developmental tour last year, and she'll be playing on the Korean LPGA.
And back to that 9th hole, Cheyenne Woods once more.
Yeah, laid up just short of that cross fairway bunker there, and that was a good play, playing into her strength, and this was a lovely sand wedge.
And Lennart, she finished the day at 12 under the card, but a strong day from her.
Yeah, I think she'd be well pleased, and you know, it's a player we haven't heard of, just a 25-year-old girl from Sweden. She's been playing the European Tour just a few years. Got a good future. And here's Belen Motha.
Yeah,
plays the LPGA.
She had the round of the tournament actually today. Lowest score.
Yeah, she expected that one to eke out to the right, but alas, no eagle. Tap in birdie though.
I think we all expected that.
Now this was a really nice shot from the edge of the rough. Let it run out all the way back to the hole. That was a terrific play from Minji Lee. Certainly did Australian golf proud. Now, this was a very important putt. And this one never left the centre of the hole, just rolled end over end beautifully.
On to the 13th, Camille Lennart.
Yeah, not the easiest of par 4s here, but Camilla drove the ball in a really good location, trying to get it to go a little bit more to the right. It didn't need to go much more to the right. That was a pretty darn good shot.
Stacey Lee Bregman, was she been a little bit disappointed that she fell off the pace?
Yeah, I think she would, and I think it's a good learning experience for her. She needs to maintain her composure, perhaps not be quite so emotional, be a little bit more even keel throughout the round.
A bit like her.
A bit like her, yes, exactly. And you couldn't really tell how Cheyenne Woods was playing, and that's ideal for a golfer. If you look at someone and you don't know whether they're 5 under or 5 over, that's a good disposition for a golfer. Now this was an excellent golf shot from Stacey Bregman. Perhaps too little too late. But still, you know, she's got the year ahead of her. She's has only been on the tour for a few years, so she'll break through.
And we've got Lennart here, but perhaps her short game needed a little bit of work.
Yes, I think so. I think that's the part of the game that needs work. But still a good finish for Camilla Lennart. Nice birdie for Minjee, but really that second shot into 18 needed to be right on the money, and alas, it wasn't. And now the crowning of a new Australian Ladies Masters champion. And Volvik and RACV can be very proud. They've put on a fantastic event. And she gets the water bath. Oh, I like champagne baths better.
She'll have a lot of fun watching that back. Cheyenne Woods, the new champion of the Australian Ladies Masters. There she sits top of the leaderboard. Jane, are you surprised by any of the names there?
Well, you know, there's a couple of names that I haven't really seen before, Camilla Lennart and Stacey Bregman, who've played the European Tour, but they're fairly new to me. So Young Lee, the new young amateur from Korea, I haven't seen her. Caroline Headwall, well, her record speaks for herself, and she's had a tremendous round today, 7 under par. Yani Sen also put a great score on the board, and good to see the former world #1 back in form.
Yeah, and we did see some extraordinary shots throughout the tournament, but let's just relive this one. Jane, this was an extraordinary shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was beautiful. She had just a pitching wedge left into this 8th hole after a gorgeous drive, and this had eyes.
She had a few spectacular shots, and what a wonderful day indeed for Minjee Lee, the leading Australian amateur, and now the leading amateur here at the Australian Ladies Masters. So, Jane, we're going to go on to Melbourne after this, and it's going to be another extraordinary field, isn't it?
It is terrific. It's always great to go back to the sandbelt of Melbourne. Victoria Golf Club, I haven't played there for a good number of years, but I have fond memories of it. It's a terrific golf course just across the road from Royal Melbourne and Cheltenham Golf Course, and you know, I know Victoria Golf Club is very much looking forward to hosting this ISPS Handa Women's Australian Open. It's a tournament that's very dear to my heart. To have won my nation's Open Championship is very special, and I know it is for all Australians, but it's an LPGA event. It's going to be a great field. We've got a lot of stars coming down.
It certainly will. Very quickly, got a favourite for it?
You know, I actually like Stacey Lewis or Jessica Korda. They're my two guesses.
All right, we'll hold you to that, Jane Crafter. Thank you very much for your analysis and commentary, and we look forward to seeing you in Melbourne. And from me, Stephanie, from Jane Crafter, from Kate Burton, Sandra McKenzie, Peter Wilkins, Quentin Hull and the whole ABC team, we look forward to seeing you in Melbourne. Thanks for being with us here at Royal Pines. Bye-bye for now.